Dzień dobry Państwu. Myślę, że możemy zaczynać kolejną sesję C.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think that we can start our next session, which will be session C, which seems to be a very interesting option after our excursion. We have just been back from Samash. Those of us who did participate in that excursion, in that study visit, know what it was like. We looked at the practical part, and this session is also going to be a very fine mixture of both scientific and practical presentations. We have a number of presentations by Polish speakers, also foreign speakers. So, quite an interesting range of presentations during the sessions. The session that will be about various networks, various competences, relationship competences, also extra sectorial competences, and quite a few perspectives to analyze such options, both from the business side, also science and administration. Let us start with the first presentation, which is an online presentation. We will be connecting virtually with our speaker, who is already with us. And the title of the presentation is
Asturias Digital Innovation Hub. Yeah, and we can see you. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. And I'm really sorry not being able to be there with you at Białystok, but it is a pleasure for me to participate in the conference, and I would like to thank the organizers for allowing us to share our experience. Thank you very much. I can see my presentation now. Next slide, please. So I'm here to present you an ecosystem, an ecosystem to help companies in their digital transformation. But first of all, let me introduce briefly our region. I'm coming from Asturias. Asturias, as you can see, is a region located in the north of Spain. We are part of the Green Spain, and we are a tiny region with 1 million inhabitants, but a very industrialized area because of our past as a mining and steel industry. And our main industries are agri-food, energy, and the metal industry. Next slide, please. I'm representing today IDEPA. IDEPA is the Economic Development Agency of Asturias, and we are a public body in charge of industrial and business promotion. We work on improving the competitiveness of our enterprises and securing new investments. And in order to do so, we carry on different kinds of activities and programs in the field of digitalization, sustainability, cluster policies, internationalization, and improving investments. We offer also to companies financial subsidies, and we have been developing the Smart Specialization Strategy, and we are the coordinators today of the Asturias Digital Innovation Hub. Next slide, please. Well, the question is, how can we help companies in their digital transformation? The European Commission decided to create digital innovation hubs, that they are instruments to support and promote the digital transformation of European companies. And they act as a one-stop shop for the companies in order to develop new products or processes and to being able to test the latest digital technologies. So the DIH support SMEs to become more competitive using digital technologies. And the European Commission wants to have a network of European digital innovation hubs all over Europe. We are one of these digital innovation hubs, as we have been recently approved by the European Commission, and we are collaborating actively with your Digital Innovation Hub in Poland. There, the Hub for InnoPlus your Digital Innovation Hub coordinated by the Metal Processing Cluster. Next slide, please. Well, the foundations of our Asturias Digital Innovation Hub started with a smart specialization strategy. As a region, we established some objectives about recovering our leadership through industry and always developing our region through the collaboration and networking with different stakeholders. And on 2017, we started with a program called 4.0 program, where we developed different activities in order to raise awareness between our enterprises in order to incorporate these technologies. And these two initiatives gave birth to the DIH in our regions. And our DIH is an element of coordination of the different services, infrastructures, and equipments that we have in the region in order to accelerate the digital transformation of our enterprises and to provide them with the test before invest facilities. Next slide, please. Well, our DIH is based on specialization. As I told you before, we were working on the smart specialization strategy, and during this work, we identify which are our topics of specialization. You can see there two areas. The first one is additive manufacturing. In the additive manufacturing, we have great expertise and equipment thanks to the Technological Center Idonial and the University of Oviedo. And our enterprises, we have co-financed as a regional development agency more than 65 projects with an investment of 8 million euros during the last 6 years. And in the case of the second node, that it is the data analysis, the sensors, and the artificial vision, we also have excellent capacities thanks to our technological centers and the University of Oviedo, of course. And we have private companies and human resources that have specific skills in this area. And in this case, in the last 6 years, we have co-financed more than 270 projects with an investment of 40 million euros. Next slide, please. And speaking about the ecosystem, it was important to us to ensure the connection between the offer and the demand. So to have our consortium, we realized that it was important to have at the core of the ecosystem, of course, the offer, that we have the Technological Competence Centers and the University of Oviedo, and all the key stakeholders are in our DIH, as all the technology centers in the region are part of our initiative. And then, of course, we have on the demand, we have the main actors in our region, as we have the largest entrepreneurial business association, FADE, the Chamber of Commerce, and of course, the clusters, the ICT clusters, and the advanced manufacturing in metal industry, Meta Industry 4, that I think is there with you today, José Ramón Natal. And we work a lot with the clusters, and for us it's very important that there are very important actors in the ecosystem. And of course, the Regional Development Agency is the coordinator, and we have also the European Business Innovation Center that is working very closely with the startups working on the digital area. So having together those actors, we ensure that we have the demand and the offer, and it's very important in order to develop the services that our enterprises need. Next slide, please. In terms of the services that we provide to enterprises, well, every DIH has a portfolio of services. As you can see, we have the test before invest, the training, the access to funding, and the networking. And these are the basic services that every DIH has to perform. In our case, these services are very related to our specialization. So As we have these equipments, facilities, and infrastructures, we are capable of providing to enterprises those services. And these services are different depending on the needs of the enterprises and their digital maturity level. So we try to provide them with the necessary services depending on their situation. Next slide, please. The test before invest services, we have documented together with the University of Oviedo and all the technological centers, which are our access, which are our pilot plans, equipments, laboratories, and human resources related to our specialization. So you can see some pictures of some of our pilot plans regarding ASINCAR. ASINCAR is a technological center from the agri-food sector. TETEMAS is a technological center for the forestry industry. CETIC is the ICT technological center. IDONEAL, they work with industrial processes. And of course, the University of Oviedo. Next slide, please. And we wanted also to give visibility to our technological offer, but in terms of business. So if our enterprises needed specific services, we just elaborate a catalog of different service providers, as you can see, in all these technologies. So if any industrial company needs a provider that could provide some solution, they have the possibility to see which enterprises can help them to develop the solution. Next slide, please. Access to finance. Well, we are, as a regional development agency, we are very keen on finance. And during all these years, we have been designing different finance schemes in order to facilitate the digital transformation of companies. We've had categorized the financing depending on the needs of the companies, if there needs assessment or if they need, for example, to invest in different digital solutions, or if they want to develop R&D projects, we have specific financial schemes for them. And of course, we try to provide them with information not only about the regional financial schemes, but also the national and the European level, which are the different programs that they can use in order to promote this digital transformation. Next slide, please. And here you have some examples about the activities that we've been carrying out during these years. And in the last year and during COVID times, thanks to the cooperation with clusters, we organized breakfast sessions. And these sessions are like technological pills, just giving examples about the different technologies, and more than 36 enterprises, partners of different clusters in the region, were presenting how they implement these technologies in their enterprises. Next slide, please. And last but not least, we have an Open Innovation 4.0 program. And this is a public and private program with the collaboration of the Regional Development Agency, the European Business Center, and driving companies. And we wanted just to develop an innovative program in order to get in touch the driving companies with the young innovative companies, so they can challenge these startup companies and to be able to respond to the needs of the driving companies. And next slide, please. And that's all for my part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your thank you very much for your great presentation and sharing with us your experiences of your activities you undertake to allow for this digital transformation. So thank you. I hope you stay with us. I teraz przechodzimy do kolejnej prezentacji.
And now there's another presentation ahead of us, which will be from Poland, it will be about Poland, but not only Poland. There will be also other countries of the Visegrad Group included. And Marta Mackiewicz, PhD, will present a topic on the missing link, cluster organizations and cooperation between science and business, based on the example of Visegrad Group countries. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. In the first place, I would like to cordially thank for the invitation for today's conference, both on my behalf and also on behalf of Dominika Kuberska from University of Warmia and Mazuria in Olsztyn, with whom we carried out this project in a consortium composed of 4 countries for the past year and a half, within a project financed by an international Visegrad fund. Yesterday, quite a lot was said about how important it is that the institutions that the scientific institutions cooperate with enterprises. So I will not repeat basic assumptions. Let me just add that in the Visegrad Group, in all the countries, this cooperation is insufficient, which limits innovativeness of these countries, which you can see in yearly rankings prepared by a European Commission, and you can see that the Visegrad Group countries are usually ranked last. Cluster organizations enhance this cooperation because, first of all, they make the scientific institutions and enterprises come closer, and they do have common purposes. They trust one another, and at the same time, a coordinator of the cluster removes all the barriers, such as organizational barriers in the form of access to people who do decide. Cluster organizations should be supported by public policies, by public administration, and this is taking place within cluster policy. European Commission also prepares fact sheets, country fact sheets every year regarding cluster politics and certain consequences, and surprise, surprise, Poland ranks best among all the Visegrad Group countries. The purpose of our research was to identify the benefits that result from cooperation between the academia and enterprises within cluster organizations in all 4 countries of the Visegrad Group. In order to carry out or to obtain this purpose, we had minor goals, such as elaborating a model of cooperation of academia and business within cluster organizations, which Dominika will focus on in more details. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I am connecting online with all of you from Germany, where I am currently based, doing a scholarship. I would also like to thank, just like Marta already did, when it comes to our goals, their implementation was quite complicated because data, knowledge, and information regarding the processes we are dealing with is very dispersed. It's both in the hands of the participants who take part in the cooperation between academia and businesses, enterprises, and it's also in the hands of the managers of cluster organizations. That's why in our research, together with the universities which cooperated with us, we separated several phases of research, and we also separated literature, where basically in all these stages we focused on looking at the links between organizations within clusters and universities. Then we had a series of surveys which were with the managers of cluster organizations. They were aimed at showing us what their perspective is when it comes to the researched topic. The next part was surveys with representatives of the world of academia, because we also wanted to include their perspective to our project, just to, get to know the specificity of the cooperation better. And in the end, we elaborated a model of cooperation, a kind of a simplicity of what it looks like, and a simplified version will show today during the presentation. And towards the end of our presentation, we'll talk about certain recommendations. When it comes to an interesting thing, when we look at the results of our project, It will be what, as they say themselves, what managers of cluster organizations do in the Visegrad Group countries. We discovered 6 basic types of activities, which are networking, managing human resources, managing activities related to R&D and I, research, development and innovations, internationalization issues, marketing and administering. When we look at separate countries within the Visegrad Group, have a look that when it comes to Hungary and Slovakia, the key activities, key meaning these are the ones done most frequently, that's networking, whereas in the Czech Republic, over 30% of time is spent on, by the managers, is spent on cooperation with academia, between academia and enterprises, whereas in the other countries in the group, these indexes are significantly lower. In Poland, it was internationalization, and while analyzing the results of the project, we noticed that what you're looking at, this table, is in a way a result of how the issue of cluster politics was approached. This is the effect, showing us what was supported in separate countries, which also shows us how mature these cluster organizations are. When it comes to the models of cooperation, we can see how this cooperation takes place in a simplified way. When we look at the whole activity at the whole project, we decided to separate 2 areas. The first one is a process approach. And here you can see that this cooperation within or between academia and enterprises in cluster organizations is multi-level. And depending on what happens on a separate level, it's more or less efficient and effective. Thus, we saw 4 phases of this process: the motives, the reasons to cooperate, then initiation, the forms, which is this proper cooperation, and its effects at the end, and also the factors that influence this process, which is the second ingredient of our model. These are the factors that, in a way, enhance or boost this cooperation, and also the factors which limit this cooperation. We won't be talking about all the elements of this model, but feel free to get acquainted with the results of our project, which are available online. I'll have a look at the motives, the reasons, namely, what is this very first factor that influences the fact that cooperation between academia and enterprises takes place. You can have a look at this slide. On the left-hand side, you see how managers of cluster organizations see it. On the right-hand side, you have representatives of the world of science. According to the managers, the factor that motivates this cooperation in this first place is human capital, but also accessibility of know-how, of new knowledge and possibilities of funding research. For the world of science, the factors are slightly different. This is in the first place the possibility of expanding the the networking, like the contacts we have, and also the possibility of obtaining non-financial support, and in the third place the possibility of commercialization of research.
Na kraje wyszehradzkie również widzimy, że menedżerowie organizacji klastrowych są w różnym stopniu zaangażowani w kwestie współpracy świata nauki i biznesu oraz w kwestie związane z badaniami i rozwojem, znajduje też do pewnego stopnia przełożenie na to, jakie są efekty, jakie są rezultaty współpracy między naukowcami a przedsiębiorstwami w klastrach. Gdy spojrzymy na poszczególne rodzaje efektów, widzimy, że w niektórych krajach ta współpraca jest bardziej skuteczna, czyli przykładowo, jeżeli chodzi o kwestię uzyskiwania grantów, czyli finansowania badań, co jest czynnikiem według menedżerów dość istotnym, Widzimy, że tutaj przede wszystkim Czesi są, czy czeskie klastry są tymi, które częściej sięgają w naszej badanej próbie po granty międzynarodowe czy też granty krajowe. Z kolei jeżeli spojrzymy na kwestie innowacji, to tutaj te różnice również występują. Kolejny slajd, proszę. I ten slajd, drodzy Państwo, będzie slajdem, podczas którego Marta przedstawi pewne pomysły na to, jak tą współpracę między światem nauki i biznesu usprawniać.
Dla każdego kraju przygotowaliśmy zestaw działań, taką mapę drogową działań, które mają sprzyjać współpracy pomiędzy nauką a biznesem. Są to działania adresowane do administracji publicznej, menedżera klastra i do sektora nauki. Podzieliliśmy te działania też na 3 etapy, czyli tworzenie środowiska, takich ram dla współpracy, inicjacje współpracy i już konkretne działania, czyli implementacje. Jeśli chodzi o administrację publiczną, to zauważyliśmy, a jeszcze może dodam, że powstały 4 takie.
And I believe that there were 4 different roadmaps for all these different countries. And well, these are quite numerous and they are all available at our website where we present the results of our research. But due to time restrictions today, I will only present the key activities that we've developed. In terms of public administration, we believe that it's quite important to delegate people to cluster organizations, people who are quite experienced in funding applications, in financing applications for programs, for R&D programs that are financed by the European Commission, such as Horizon Europe. And such experts could facilitate managers, facilitate groups that apply for financing to make good applications. And in terms of the cooperation initiation phase, we need to organize networking sessions, network building sessions, or find a person who would establish such connections and resolve issues between, for instance, research and business resulting from misunderstanding between the 2 environments. Cluster managers do quite a lot in this respect, and well, I believe that these activities are quite limited in comparison to other sectors what we offer recommendations to, but we also provide some regulation and provide support for all stake or cooperating sites by preparing clear agreements which delineate the obligations and benefits for each party. We believe that there's a lot to do and, well, the most things to do in terms of science, in terms of the science sector, in terms of, for instance, IP, securing IP at universities, which would provide a lot possibilities to protect their intellectual property, to protect intellectual property developed by researchers at universities. But we also believe that it's quite important to create special companies which would be self-financing and would be, of course, managed and run by people with a business background. And their aim would be to identify the areas for research in terms of cluster organizations that could be done both by researchers and businessmen, and then they would be facilitating marketing or commercialization of these the results of these research by creating spin-off companies. And well, there's a lot of things to be done in terms of decision making in the research area. So these companies could be actually helping these researchers to do so. Now, to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, like my colleague said, there was a lot of different forms of motivation in terms of the research sector. For instance, they wanted to expand their network of contacts, or getting more funding or access to data, or exchange of information with practitioners. And managers in cluster organizations found that it's very important to develop human capital or get access to new, fresh knowledge. And that's why we've recommended solutions that answer to the requirements of both parties, both sides here. Well, for instance, by creating internship for researchers where they could expand their networks and exchange knowledge with businesses. But that also, of course, develops human capital in companies. And the second quite obvious issue is funding of R&D, which would be done both by research institutions and by companies, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to my presentations. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Thanks to this presentation, we have an answer to the question from the title of the presentation, namely, clusters can be the missing link between the world of science and the world of entrepreneurship. Because as we've known for years, the main weakness of innovative systems, not only in Poland, but also for so commercialized businesses such as the United States one. It is also pointed out that this cooperation between academia and the world of entrepreneurship is not enough. So as we can see, clusters are this missing link. Thank you very much for the insight into the problem. And while you talk to this cluster environment, more and more often we see that clusters are actually filling this gap and the role is increasingly growing. Recently, I've heard that if we talked 5 years ago about the role of clusters in Poland, stimulating this cooperation between science and business, it would have been actually weak. But year after year, year on year, it's actually improving. So you can also see that here, one of the main actors of this conference is also your local cluster, which is the metal cluster. Also present at this conference on our 4.0 industry conference, very visible one. And right now we will move once more to our foreign experiences, international experiences. And let me invite José Ramón Natal.
About the role of clusters in the digital transformation of industry in Spain and the case of metal industry 4. So Spanish experiences on that issues. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organization to invite me for the invitation to come here and share our experience, our knowledge about the role of the cluster in the digital transformation of the industry. My name is José Ramón Natal. I am the cluster manager of Meta Industry 4. Then I will explain a little bit about our cluster, but the focus of my presentation will be in two main points. A short overview about the situation in Spain with the digital transformation strategy. And the second part, I will put the focus only in the role of the Meta Industry 4, the cluster in the regional digital transformation processes. At national level, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce in Spain has set up the digital transformation strategy, called Industria Conectada 4.0, Connected Industry 4.0, focus on, or with the main objective of promote the digital transformation of the Spanish industry through the joint and coordinated actions of the public and private sector. It's very important, this part of the joint and coordinated actions of the public and private sectors, in which the cluster has an important role because of this combination of private and public. Three main objectives: increase the industrial added value and qualify employment in the industrial sector. So it's not only a question of keep the industry as we worked during last decades, if not try to add new value and try to qualify the employers, the current employers and the future employers in the industry with these changes in the sector due to the digitalization. Of course, promote the future Spanish industrial model as a model to export and as a model to connect internationally, and try to develop these differential competitive levers to increase these exports and the development of the industry. There are several lines in this point. As we have seen during this conference, is more or less with the same aim, the same strategy. First, awareness and training, try to sensibilize people, workers and companies about the importance of the digitalizations, training, give the qualifications and the skills for the workers and managers, boost the collaborative networks as clusters and digital innovation hubs, for example. Boosting the digital enablers is important to work with the startups and with all the digital enablers to develop their skills and to develop their capabilities, and of course support the digital revolution in the industry through the adoption, the giving funding, support, and adapting the regulatory framework and the standardizations to make easier this digital transformation process. This is the different lines that the ministry is putting, offering to the companies. A self-assessment, advices, personalized programs, giving funding to support the projects, promotions, and the generation of new companies, new startups, cybersecurity, and consulting program customized for industry, especially for SMEs. In this framework, a cluster has an important role. The policy cluster in Spain started more than 20 years ago, and is included in the Spanish strategy for science, technology, and innovation. The ministry organize or make the difference between the clusters according if their level of excellence. It's like a label for the clusters, in which only the clusters registers or that are acknowledged by the ministry has the possibility to access to the national funding. In this register is important this kind of requirements about the level of representativeness in the sector or the value chains, have a critical mass among the companies. The involvement of research and training organization is the important role is in this case is from the competence centers and the universities. They have a clear structure for coordinate all the activities, the financial feasibility, and of course these possibilities, the innovative potential and possibilities for the international projection. Only the clusters, registers, and acknowledged by the ministry can get funding from the AA program, and now there are good funding for them. In a normal year, clusters has at national level around 8 million euros, but now with recovering funds, these amounts are increased in 50 million euros each year. Below this national level, there are different regional strategies and policies. We have known from Clara, and Clara has presented from our region how this regional strategies works, and more or less at the same with these policies and activities based in funding programs, awareness and information seminars and workshops for companies, training activities, Industry 4.0 assessments for SMEs, and technology tests and implementations for new advances related with or supported by the competence centers. In Spain, there are 17 regions, and there are 17 regional strategies for clusters in this sense. Asturias is one of these regions. It's one of the smaller regions. It's located in the north, as you have seen the pictures shown by Clara. It's a region with around 1 million of inhabitants, highly concentrated in the center of the region, in which around 850,000 people is living, and all the industrial are living, and all the industrial is concentrated in 30 kilometers radius around the main cities, that is Oviedo and Gijón. One is the capital city, and the other is the more industrialized city. And in this context, we have the Asturias Digital Innovation Hub, the ecosystem of the Digital Innovation Hub in the region. We have seen this explanation from Clara, and the most important is that last week we knew that our Digital Innovation Hub was awarded by the European Commission as a new European Digital Innovation Hub with a seal and with funding for develop their activities. In this structure, in this ecosystem, cluster has a clear role, and Meta Industry is one of these clusters that work in the hub. This is Meta Industry 4. It is an ecosystem around the metal industry sector. All metal industry value chain better than sector, because we gather not only companies from the metal industry sector, if not the all activities around the metal industry, from the advanced services related with logistics, standardization, banks, and so on, to the importance of the ports for the exports, the competence centers, the university, or the technology enablers. The most important technology enablers in the region are members of Meta Industry 4. Now we are 71 members, and we gather around 2,000 million of euros of turnover among all the companies. The cluster was was born in 2016, and in these years we have walk a long path with different success recognized by the National Ministry, best collaborative project, awarded as the best collaborative project at national level, and then our presence internationally with EU projects, and recognized as a business model at world level in some reports. This is the role of the cluster in the Digital Innovation Hub. We are an intermediate actor between industry and government. From the industry, we try to understand the needs and problems of the industrial ecosystem to face the digital transformation process, and giving support in this digital transformation process. And on the other hand, we have the capability, the cluster has the capability to influence in the policy makers in subjects as regulation, the support framework, or the education and employment, because this is another important aspect, and trying to work with them in the adoption of this digitalization policy. Our role is represent, transmit, and connect all the aspect between these two groups, industry and government. And how we do? We try to know what are these needs and challenges through a digitalization assessment or analyzing the new roles and skills of the industry, the needs in the industry, giving individual support through the Digital Innovation Hub and the industrial to the industrial ecosystems, designing global assessment with the definition of sectoral and regional roadmaps, and working in collaboration and fostering new synergies through collaborative projects among companies and projects led by the own cluster. But I think that it will be better with real examples. In 2018, we developed our own methodology about digitalization assessment, in which we try to define this methodology for being comparative and a comparative and transferable model to give to analyze these strengths and weakness of the companies, to identify the common needs and challenges, and to give them this individual support, and at the same time take all this information to give or to develop this a global assessment, which we define a digital transformation roadmap for all the industry, all the SMEs in the sector. We started with the metal industry sector, the metal industry ecosystem, and this model was transferred for the rest of the sector at the regional level, and even to other regions through Spain, and used to transfer to other countries, especially to Latin America. This digitalization assessment includes 7 areas of analysis, from strategy and corporative structure, management, manufacturing, product design, logistics, marketing, and innovation and R&D, with more than 170 indicators. And the result of this analysis, in the case of Meta Industry 4 in 2018, was that most part of our companies, 56%, were in a lowest level in the development of the digitalization. Only the 4% of our companies analyzed were in an optimum level. So we had an important work to do with them due to these results in the analysis. And where were the main gaps, especially in manufacturing and production area? We analyzed all these indicators, and with these indicators we put the focus in how to implement how to introduce and implement the technology. The Industry 4.0 technologies in the production area of the companies, and we have done with different projects that then we see. Another example, we were talking about the needs and challenge, the new roles of the needs of the qualification for the workers. In 2020, we developed an analysis of the new digital skills for the industry, the digital and soft skills for the current and the future workers in the industry, in the metal industry. We analyzed 11 traditional sectoral roles, from the executive staff to the staff personnel or quality manager, or all of them that you can see there. At the same time, we analyze the new digital roles that are appearing in the industry. Especially, we put the focus in 3. That is the 4.0 manager. That is like a intermediate person between digital and industry. The specialist in automation of process and products, and the data analysis specialist, trying to find the gaps of the needs. For example, in this case, this heat map is to identify where is the desirable importance of the domain of the digital skills and the number of roles that are involved. You can see what are the main the main needs in the industry, and this is where are the main gaps, with the intensity of the gaps, especially in collaborative tools, digital mobility. But we have to take in account that this analysis was made before the pandemic, before the lockdown. It's of course now during this, after this situation, collaborative tools, digital mobility, and all of these skills has increased in an important level. So, but then you can see all the technology enablers, Industry 4.0 enablers, and the impact in the most part of the roles of the industry. It's important too. With all of this analysis, we designed our proposal for the government, to work with the government, how to fill those gaps. And now our role is trying to work with the government and how to implement this proposal of training activities to fill those gaps. More examples. These are two of the main reports that we have developed to make grow the sector, the ecosystem, but we have been working in other activities related with exports, related with the development of value chains, and so on. At the same time, we have been working especially with companies in how to implement or how to rise their level in this point that we mentioned before about the digitalization in the production area, and especially with the funders, the support by the Ministry of Industry, with different collaborative projects in which we usually involve around 4, 5, 6 companies that. Okay, perfect. It's enough. In trying to implement these new technology enablers. For example, artificial intelligence. We have developed 2 projects with artificial intelligence, another one with additive manufacturing. Now we are running 3 new projects focused on artificial vision, how to introduce artificial vision to work with the cranes and to save the workers that when the cranes are working in the factory, applying sensorics or digital twin, and now we are preparing new projects in additive manufacturing, sensorics, artificial intelligence, and so on. These projects are always formed by 4 to 6 companies, and with budget from around 300,000 euros per project, and the intensity of the support from the ministry, it depends from 60% to 80% of grants. We worked in different European projects as well, and it is the way to create these synergies for SMEs, especially, trying to create these synergies through these European projects in internationalization, developing of new skills, cascade funding, or the combination of all of them, because Eurocluster is a combination of all the rest of these logos that are in the top of the slide. Working with new alliance and networks, our alliance with Metal Processing Cluster is one clear example of this kind of synergies, and attending to EU cluster-to-cluster events and the cascade funding for SMEs, and working international missions. The main conclusions for this presentation is that the cluster have a crucial role as an intermediate organization between government and industrial ecosystems. Cluster have the capability to identify, understand and transmit the needs to adapt these policies to the support framework. We have, clusters in general, have the power to influence these policies makers. And we have the proof capability of managing and distributed funding through cascade funding programs, as we have proved through the European projects, and the ability to create and promote and connect SMEs at European level, at world level even. Finally, the whole cluster actions boost the development of territories. it's all by my side. Thank you very much for your attending, and I at your disposal for all you want to ask me.
Yeah, thank you for this great insight. So it's good we have an occasion to learn also from foreign experiences here. So thank you very much, and it was really great presentation. A teraz czas.
And right now, we are back to Polish ground again, and there will be another presentation from the practical point of view. The president of the company, Marek Jarosz, from PLM Expert. And in his role of CEO of the company, he will talk about digital challenges of Economy 4.0 in enterprises with serial and dedicated production. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for the invitation for the conference. And also, thank you for including my request, namely moving this presentation from yesterday to today, thanks to which I hope to refer to what you saw in the morning in the companies that are the practitioners, namely implement 4.0 challenges and aspects. Because my company and myself, for 30 years, we've been active in the field of providing tools and systems, making the work of engineers more automated. And we are the company that provides solutions for practitioners, for companies which produce tools and equipment. I understand my company is on.
Jeszcze nie. Zgodnie z prawem Murphy'ego, jak ma się coś.
So, according to Murphy's law, if anything is to go wrong, this will happen when you least expect it. This makes us more and more dependent on technical tools, on digital tools. They are supposed to facilitate our work and make it easier. They provide us more possibilities, but at the same time, they just exert more and more pressure on us, because if we don't know how to use them, what might have been a benefit is actually not. And the competition which knows digital technologies and knows how to use it actually might be ahead of us. And even though we have been always sure that our know-how is better, actually it resulted that it's actually easier to adapt to what digital world brings us. Once again, thank you for the invitation. I hope I'll be able to start, and I'll be as quick as possible.
Która dostarcza.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I'm a practitioner, so we're a company that provides certain solutions to companies. And I think that today in the morning you saw in their businesses or heard from representatives of businesses yesterday during the practical part of the conference. I think that perhaps you could see two different worlds, a world of machines and a world of people who use digital solutions to, for instance, provide efficiently some products that are going to be produced and then marketed. So we have a world of engineers, people, and a world of machines. And we hope that these two worlds, you make effective use of equipment. But if we take a look at the world of people working in a digital world, well, our approach is that, well, even if you have a small or a big company, it's all a silo. It has a silo structure. So depending on the different tools it has at hand, for instance, organization tools and so on and so forth, they develop different projects. They have different forms of data that needs to be at some point connected and interacted with to prepare anything, in fact. Now, when we look at the data that's produced by an organization, this data has specific expectations and specific challenges. Now, my presentation is organized that when we have, for instance, companies that have a very large put a very large emphasis on serial production or dedicated production, but these elements are quite important because the speed of challenges, of new challenges coming here, and the speed of addressing these challenges depends on the competitiveness of a company. Earlier, you saw that different companies react differently to different aspects of these challenges, and most of that these things depend on the different factors that can be achieved or can be analyzed in different companies and different IT systems that are employed to support these engineers. Now, there was a question about different systems that can be used. For instance, PLM, Product Lifecycle Management. Well, these systems and it's an IT cobot for engineers. It's a system. It's a system that should be able to extract from any different system that support products like ERP, communication systems, to connect the data, connect the information, and store it in a single space so that an engineer has all the knowledge possible about his products, his or her products. Now, this information is quite important because if I don't know where some specific form of data is stored, and even if I know where that data is stored, the question is whether this data is accurate or appropriate, because I need, for instance, information about a product that I was making 3 years ago for America. And if I don't find that data, well, then the time that's necessary to find this information is quite important, and it can be wrong, basically. Now, just to give you a brief outline about the history of PLM, whether it's a new discovery. If you do some research online, then, well, you probably end up in 1985, because that's the year when the first IT PLM system was developed for American Motor Corporation. And, well, they developed it for the purpose of designing the Grand Cherokee Jeep. And that was their challenge. And they had a special system developed to support them, to facilitate their work when they designed this new innovative type of car that was had a very massive change in design structure, from a frame design to a chassis design. And if we go even further back in time, there was Otto Kepler, who was working on researching life cycle management, and this was done in 1931, and he designed 4 different aspects of life cycle management. But when we go back to America and take a closer look at their aims, they found that, well, this efficient system needs to increase the efficiency of designers using computer-assisted designs, CAD, and most of the parts designed for that car was improved or reviewed at a very high level. It was 150 reviews, and even if they were unable to do that, well, this final product, the Grand Cherokee Jeep, wouldn't be as successful as it was. So these developments were done 40, almost 50 years ago, but we are doing the same things today with more intensity, with more pressure, in fact. And the challenges that we face are quite similar, but we have new challenges. But when we take a look at the abundance of different IT systems that are available and the amount of data that is developed by these systems and its impact on lifecycle management, well, unfortunately, we are unable to stay at the top of our market or to develop depending on what is about to appear, like the black swans that we've discussed yesterday. We don't want these events to break our business, but to create an efficient opportunity for development. Now, just to tell you briefly about 2 quite important aspects that are quite essential in my presentation. Depending on what we are making, we had a buzzword yesterday, the digital twin. We need it because we have different information created by different departments and companies, and that's the digital thread. And it's used to establish information that is then used to create the digital twin model and do it properly. And if we don't do proper work on the different variations in data, we won't be able to plan the product lifecycle efficiently And only PLM class system take a global look on the whole IT system in a company in order to prepare good quality production. And this PLM system can look like this, or it doesn't. If we take different variations of data from a perspective of a company, from the perspective of my company that provides such solutions, we have different versions, different workflows, different reviews, variations, and indices. If we don't have a proper policy in place or a system that supports such a policy, we are then unfortunately wasting our engineers' times and probably losing money. Now, these systems have to be clearly able to manage with different variations of a single piece of equipment, single piece of product, not to provide duplications, not to clone elements that are already present in different iterations, different varieties of products, because that reduces the time it takes to find a specific product. Also, these systems need to know what kind of version, what kind of iteration we are making for a specific client. If we press just 2 buttons, then we are happy, and the engineers in our company are happy, especially the production managers or heads of companies are also quite happy. Now, this can have a different look. And of course, that's something that's dreaded upon in the industry, because when we change one component of our software, then if we don't have a proper system, we're not really able to see in what other system this has an effect upon. Now, just to show you one more thing, if we have a system that includes different iterations and versions, well, it's okay. Then we can work on different versions of our products. But what if a situation happens that we have a question about making a new iteration that was not present really before? Of course, there are industries that have, for instance, discrete production, but they have queries, they have to prepare different offers for instance, preliminary prices in order to convince the client to purchase such product. What if we don't have such a variation of a product? What if we don't have an iteration? Even if we have engineers that are experienced who can prepare some potential offers with a margin of error, but what if they make a mistake and offer the product too cheaply or too expensively so that your competitors can do it better? Of course, our software also allows you to configure different products that are adaptable. For instance, if you design production lines, conveyor belts, and so on, or if you have engineers who develop new products, even if you make a preview, you can prepare a whole pricing list, pricing documentation, because based on the data you put into the system, you can generate new prices, new documents, especially for that specific iteration. And that's a new version of the software that we're developing. It's a premium version of the software. You can find it in several companies in Poland. They can be quite autonomous, but that's a completely new approach. Now, since I'm drawing to an end of my presentation, and I would just like to mention the accountability in our business. One of the presentations that we saw yesterday was the things that people put a special emphasis on, how they choose the tools, especially in terms of PLM software. I always emphasize that they should focus on the limitations of that system. For instance, if it's only working at one CAD software or one ERP software, and what impacts the dynamics of the development of that system. Because we have to bear in mind that if we are implementing a system this year, we have to bear in mind that it has to be also efficient in a year or in 2 years. And most companies will tell you, well, you can add any feature to a software, but the question is, how much will it cost? How much time will it make? How much changes will be made through that change in software at your end client? Of course, there's the buzzword about low code, about macro coding, and so on and so forth. That's something that's a requirement today, and we're very difficult in ignoring it. It's very difficult to ignore that aspect today, but there are aspects of software that are quite configurable without any changes in software. So that's tools that allow users to make new features without coding, using only graphic user interfaces, because it's more convenient for the user. It can be adaptable in 2 or 3 minutes without the need of having consulting companies and 3 months of work. And that's quite important, because it always turns out when we say that if a system starts working in a month, in a 2, in 6 months, the client says, well, we need additional features. And that's a problem for companies that are developing very quickly. And that's a very prominent problem, because they need to react to challenges, react to the evolution of the system, and evolve their system properly. And that keeps them on top. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was indeed a very interesting presentation from the perspective of a practitioner. So I think it was very interesting for all of us. And let us now pass to another presentation by Ludmiła Walaszczyk, PhD, from the research network Łukasiewicz. And she will talk about development of competences for the implementation of Industry 4.0 among SMEs. Namely, as I understand it, what staff or employees or workers have to have in order to implement these competences. I don't know if you'll be speaking in English or in Polish. You can choose. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I will be speaking in English. I'd like to thank for the invitation in the first place. Actually, my presentation is in English, but I'll be speaking in Polish. And I'll be talking about the development of competences within the area of Industry 4.0. These are partial results of the project Industry 4.0 for SMEs carried out under Interreg Europe international program. And this is the third consecutive year of the project. We are finalizing it in August. Today, I wanted to show you which competences the company should pay attention to based on experiences from practitioners from the countries whose representatives participate in our project. In a moment, I will enumerate which countries these are and what it is about. Within this presentation, you might be a little bit surprised. I put competences and skills. It's not a methodological presentation. Thus, I'll not enter into details what differences between competences, skills, qualifications, and knowledge there exist. But in general, when we started gathering examples of good practices and what employers and entrepreneurs should focus on, it resulted that some of the partners used the word skills, others used competences, and in many cases, these were the same elements. So I, because of that, wanted to include these two notions, but as I'm saying, in many cases, they will be interchangeable. I will also present what it looks like in literature, how competences are divided, what groups there are. Then I'll present the methodology of our research, and I'll show what types of competences or skills the partners indicated as the most needed. While speaking about 4.0 industry and the level of implementation, this type of industry in the companies, it is on very different levels. We actually thought among our partners why these levels differ. And very quickly, I would like to tell you that all partners were unanimous, both practitioners and representatives of public institutions, which help with funding of various initiatives within Industry 4.0, that these are not only financial or technological issues, but mostly mental and psychological issues. This was not surprising because in very many other projects, if there are any barriers, it results that they are mostly of psychological nature, sometimes social. While looking at the review of literature, it results that the competences within 4.0 area are differently divided. We identified 4 groups of competences. Then you'll see 3 groups of competences and then another 2. So depending on the authors, on the approach, the classifications differ. Undoubtedly, in every of these groups, there are technical, technological competences. Just to give an example, we can see that among technical competences, we have certain coding skills, understanding of the processes skills, methodological competences, social competences aimed at problem solving or creativity. We are actually leaving behind technical competences and going towards maybe management, maybe also more social competences. Looking at other authors, they divide these among ICT competences, managing innovations, the ones related to training, business competences, that would be very general ones. So when it comes to the review of literature, we can see a great variation when it comes to the competence groups. The category where we identified the division into 3 technical competences in the first place, apart from that, managerial competences or competences related to attitude to behaviors and social competences. And to sum up, we basically focused on this division into 2 within our project, namely division among technical, technological competences and social or personal competences. And in our research, it resulted that the companies should focus more on these 2 groups. We did not focus too much on how these competences should be acquired, even though the partners from the business environment indicated that these are mostly vouchers or funding or training courses organized by units which do have such funding or enterprises which got such funds. However, this was not the aspect of our research. Mostly, we wanted to analyze what kind of competences are the most important ones, and based on what the partners could state that these and not other competences are the important ones. How did we do that? We decided that each of the international partners will indicate, according to them, programs most important on the national level regarding developing 4.0 competences, and based on those programs, these were programs financed by governmental units on the national level. And once it actually happened that this was a regional entity, and based on these programs and their analysis, we identified which competences are indispensable so that an enterprise includes them to be able to talk about 4.0 industry. Just a little bit of justification why such programs and not others. As I said before, we are carrying out a project within Interreg program. We have Poland, Italy, Spain, Slovenia, United Kingdom, and Finland, and these were the countries which we included in our research. And research method, case study analysis, and later on, comparative analysis. And I will not enter into details when it comes to the differences between competences and skills. However, these are those selected programs dedicated to Industry 4.0. As you can see, even in the titles, there are both competences and skills. Probably you'll have a look at point 4. In Poland, we focused on presenting the activity of Future Industry Platform. This platform closely cooperates with us within this project. And it also took part in elaborating a regional plan of activity for the coming financial perspective related to Industry 4.0. Thus, our decision that maybe not a program, but it's an initiative worth underlining, and thus the choice of Future Industry Platform. We have been cooperating with the platform in the Radom-Warszawa area, Radom-Warsaw, which is the Mazovia area. And very quickly, the competences identified within the program realized or carried out in Italy, program Prisma, tightly aimed at acquiring competences by companies within the Industry 4.0. They mostly focused on technical competences such as you can see on the slide, artificial intelligence or digital transformation, the Internet of Things, how is that acquired, a number of webinars, training courses, direct meetings with the companies on a website. The majority of these training courses is available just in Italian, unfortunately, but the program very widely promotes Industry 4.0, and if anyone wants to acquire new knowledge, new skills within this area, he or she, even by means of actually entering the website and finding a proper course, can do that. When it comes to the competences that are social or personal competences, we have identified 2. Networking and leadership. Networking between science and business. As it was already mentioned earlier, a very important issue, yet difficult. Another program, also a program which is an Italian one, and here I'm presenting 2 Italian programs because we have 2 Italian partners, so each of them had their own program. We can see that technical skills are very similar. Again, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, simulation, robotics, artificial intelligence. And here, within this program, apart from technical skills, there have also been isolated management skills, namely project management, innovation management, and we see this division among management and technological or technical ones. Now, looking at the competences within the British program, here the division of competences was not very clear to us, namely division into meta competences and universal competences, whatever it means. However, we can see that among the universal skills, we see technical skills, digital ones. So, in fact, we do touch the same competences that we have already seen in the programs indicated in Italy. As regards Great Britain or the United Kingdom, here mostly practices, practical apprenticeships and these types of national apprenticeships are being offered. Here there's a rule that if a person starts an apprenticeship in a company which wants such a person as an apprentice, then after the apprenticeship has been finished, such an apprentice has to be employed in a given company for the coming year. I'll skip this one. When it comes to the Future Industry Platform, Poland, what was important was to indicate that this platform offers a number of training courses and activities related both to e-learning and meetings aimed at acquiring competences, both technical ones, but also personal ones. And here it is also available in an online version, but there are also face-to-face meetings. And very quickly, let me pass to the Spanish program, where the competences are divided. The competences are of management type. They are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced level. And the last element, as I'm running out of time, when it comes to the Slovenian program, we see again personal competences and technical ones. So not many differences. And in fact, it's very similar to the Italian case. In the Finnish case, also very similar technical competences. And at the very end, you can see how it looks like. So in the first place, in order to achieve this level of Industry 4.0, in the first place, we focus on technical competences, then personal or social competences. In other countries, there are also other types of competences. However, most frequently, they enter within the range of either technical or personal competences. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thanks very much for an extremely interesting and important presentation. Well, technology in Industry 4.0 is designed for humans, but it also have to be designed and implemented by humans. People need to know how to use them and use them efficiently, and that's where competences, stand out. That's where they are important. Now, to finish our session of presentations and to summarize relational competences, we have Dr. Renata Przygocka here, who will talk about relational competences, especially focusing on groups of agricultural producers. Well, thank you very much. Why I'm focusing on agricultural producers and groups of such producers when we're at a conference on Industry 4.0? Well, I'm sure that most of you are aware that Polish agricultural industry is one of the most modern, most developing in terms of technology, developing different digital technologies since 2004, newest solutions in the area, ever since we've joined the European Union, when billions of zlotys in the Common Agricultural Policy were transferred to Polish companies, to Polish agricultural businesses, to make them able to respond to demands, requirements in terms of quality among EU countries. And these entities became partners, became important players that provide 30 billion zlotys as an increased balance in our trade. Now, in order to develop agricultural industry, food industry, it needs produce, and produce is of course comes from agriculture. Agriculture is in a difficult situation in terms of negotiating, and that goes especially for farmers. And if we talk about farmers that are developing and implementing digital solutions in Poland, well, this level is still very small, and we have a lot of catching up to do. A lot of time is necessary to achieve higher levels here. Now, consequently, when we have a difficult situation in terms of negotiating, farmers lose their chance in terms of increasing their added value, their competitive advantage. And of course, that was also noticed by the European Union, which has spent a lot of time on promoting cooperation between farmers. And this cooperation is, of course, aimed at improving their negotiation position and overtaking part of the margins that are spent on, for instance, intermediaries or other entities in the food processing sector. Poland, of course, also sees initiatives in creating groups of agricultural producers since 2004, but a lot of emphasis was put on developing this form of cooperation, especially in the 2007-2014 financial framework. And during that time, because there were different active groups, for instance, the Agency for Restructuring and Modernizing Industry, agricultural consultancies, there were almost 1,400 different groups of agricultural producer groups. But then, since 2014, something strange happens. The number of these entities starts decreasing. Ladies and gentlemen, what are groups of agricultural producers? I call them very specific hybrid organizations. These are business entities which operate in our market, which are created based on specific laws, specific regulations. These are entities that can, for instance, include specific numbers of agricultural producers, namely farmers who are working on their land, but also cooperate within a special agricultural producers group. And these groups are established for a specific purpose. So it's not just a normal business activity, but it has to perform specific tasks. And these goals, these tasks make it a special entity which have a special purpose. And these purposes, one of the most important purposes of such organization is to organize sales of produce. But of course, the groups can also have different purposes as well, but they need to meet specific conditions. One of them is the fact that members of the group need to contribute approximately 80% of its produce. So it's not really the fact that I'm a wheat producer and then I sell to the group or give to the group 20 or 30% of my produce, but it's not the fact. Based on the contract that is established, on the creating contract, it's established that they need to provide 80% of their production to the group. There's, of course, other limitations, for instance, unified production schemes, different schemes result different requirements relating to cooperation within the group. And the group that is established, it goes through the whole process of being established as a business, or for instance, a limited liability company or a cooperative. And most commonly, it's a limited liability company, so they need to establish a board, they need to register, and apart from meeting all these requirements, the group has to also be authorized by an administrative body. So even though it's established, it also has to be then analyzed through an administrative procedure, and they need to be approved by government officials. So while you're on the list of agricultural producers, which of course was regulated by different government bodies such as local governments, national government, but then it turns out that apart from that, well, Poland has to. Because of these restrictions, Poland had to return billions of zlotys because money was spent improperly through uncontrolled channels. And after 2013, after the European Commission audited the spending, it turned out that the lack of monitoring on the process of establishing agricultural producer group, the administrative procedure was made even stricter, legal regulations were changed, and then we started to notice the decrease of the groups of agricultural producers, and this process is continuing today. You can see the changes on this graph. Until 2013, we see that the number of groups is increasing. There's a huge social campaign promoting these groups, but when I analyzed this, it turns out that the Polish Agency for Developing Agriculture, well, didn't really want to talk to me. So this research is quite difficult to do, because I was really interested in the reason for the decrease in the number of groups of agricultural producers. Was it whether it's only based on legal restrictions, or was there something else to that? But the success of groups of agricultural producers for me is that these groups have survived for such a long time. because while the number of groups has been decreasing, there are still around those groups that were established in 2004 or 2005, and they are still active and they are still successful. So they are successful even though different challenges and different difficulties they've had. So that's a survival strategy for me. And I know that my time is running out, but I'll be, I think I can also kind of extend my presentation to a bit of a coffee break. But let me just talk briefly about different competencies, relational competencies. And in the most general sense, relational competences are those special talents, special skills for cooperation and working with other groups. And of course, agriculture producers groups are working in the free market. They have competitors, they have recipients of their products, they are different supervising bodies. But from the perspective of these groups, what's key is competence, relational competences and cooperation, competences which allow them to work with different farmers. And it turns out that one of the main reasons of dissolution of agricultural groups is that these farmers didn't really respect their rules, or for instance, they sold their products outside their groups. So they basically breached their contracts. And the reduction of the group members from 5 to 4 makes, well, this group not really, eliminates the group's approval rating from government bodies. I won't go into the methodology of my research. We tested different hypotheses. We did statistical analyses on different elements that could potentially be qualified as those which reflect the ability to cooperate, the capacity for cooperation, which establish certain assets, certain resources for cooperation. But if we decided to divide different groups, well, even if we analyze groups that are already dissolved by 2019 and are already in place and are still surviving. But if you take a look at this slide, I think in 16 groups we analyzed, all the previous members had good contacts and they basically knew each other. And the groups that were still active were more homogeneous in terms of potential of the farms, so they didn't need to compete with each other. Active groups, still active groups, had other forms of cooperation than sales only, because apart from only selling, the group members also do training, they do marketing together, they negotiate together, especially in terms of purchases, because that reduces the cost that they suffer. Groups had more democratic approach to management. But if you take a look at statistical analysis among other groups, it's usually a strong leader within the group that determines all the activities. Now, when we take a look at different activities of the group, there was a different approach to the process of selection, where, for instance, some members within the group didn't respect their basic rules. Now, consequently, ladies and gentlemen, groups of producers, well, are members of the free market and are focusing on profits. They are different than other groups of producers because they have a hybrid form. And based on the research that we've conducted, we see that relational competences, understand as the capacity for cooperation, play a much more important role in agricultural producers groups than external relations. And if it's not present within a group, then it might mean that this group will be dissolved. And
52 groups was the maximum number of producers acting in our voivodeship. In 2019 there were 18, and right now we have 7 such groups. So as you can see, this number is shrinking regularly. Thank you very much, and I apologize for actually stealing a bit of your lunch break. Thank you very much. Just a short question. These producer groups, can they be treated as clusters, or maybe the initial stages of clusters? Yes, more like micro clusters. So as you can see, we started with clusters and we are finishing with clusters. And as it comes to clusters, we know that social capital is very important, part of which is relational capital, because the whole section of research deals with relational capital, and especially our last presentation was devoted to relational competences. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Thank you all the participants. Thank you to the speakers, presenters. We looked at the science perspective, the business entrepreneurship perspective. We looked at foreign and national perspectives. So I do think it was a very fruitful and interesting session. Thank you very much, and I invite
Dzień dobry, jesteśmy na konferencji Wyzwania w zarządzaniu w obliczu gospodarki 4.0 organizowanej przez Instytut Zarządzania w Białymstoku. Na konferencji oprócz takich tradycyjnych sesji konferencyjnych mamy również demonstratory technologii 4.0, które za chwilę będziecie mogli Państwo zobaczyć. Znajdujemy się na stanowisku Soldamatic. Jest to symulator spawania w rozszerzonej rzeczywistości. Czy mógłby nam Pan opowiedzieć o tym symulatorze?
Tak, oczywiście. Jest to symulator spawania, który wykorzystuje najnowszą technologię przemysłu 4.0, którą jest rozszerzona rzeczywistość. Wspomaga on w szkoleniu spawaczy. Jest wykorzystywany już na całym świecie, szczególnie w Niemczech i w innych krajach wschodu.
Czy w Polsce jest gdzieś jakoś wykorzystywany już do nauki, czy na razie to jest tylko prototyp?
W Polsce już w paru miejscach jest wprowadzony, lecz na razie w niewielkiej ilości. Bardzo popularny jest właśnie w Niemczech, jak wcześniej wspomniałem.
Dziękuję Panu bardzo. W związku z tym, gdybyście Państwo chcieli spróbować, wypróbować się w spawaniu, zapraszamy w piątek 24. Będziecie mogli Państwo skorzystać. Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy Ditech, która prezentuje showroom cyfryzacji procesów produkcyjnych. Czy mogłaby nam Pani powiedzieć coś więcej?
Tak, przedstawiamy tutaj proces produkcji spersonalizowanej karty. Etapy procesu wyglądają w ten sposób, że klient końcowy zamawia sobie kartę przez stronę internetową. Zamówienie to przekazywane jest do systemu ERP firmy produkcyjnej. Następnie po uwolnieniu zlecenia produkcyjnego przekazujemy informacje o zleceniu do naszych autorskich rozwiązań, czyli systemów MES.
Rozumiem, że karta tutaj jest tylko przykładem. To jest zastosowane, można to zastosować już w firmach, tak?
Tak.
Czy
Tak, oczywiście nasze rozwiązania MES-owe mamy już od kilku lat zainstalowane u klientów, którzy z tego korzystają.
osoby, które przyjdą do nas jutro, zobaczyć, co się dzieje na konferencji, zobaczyć demonstratory, będą miały możliwość stworzenia sobie takiej zindywidualizowanej karty.
Tak, oczywiście. Mamy przygotowane 3 rodzaje kart, na które każdy może dodać indywidualną grafikę.
Jesteśmy właśnie przy robocie sprzątającym firmy Agapit. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć coś o nim więcej, coś jak działa, gdzie ma najlepsze zastosowanie?
Więc jest to nasz najnowszy robot sprzątający. Myślę, że najlepsze zastosowania dla niego to są sklepy wielkopowierzchniowe jak supermarkety czy innego rodzaju miejsca użyteczności publicznej. Działa w bardzo prosty sposób. Na mokro sprząta posadzkę, następnie wodę zbiera z sawą z tyłu do zbiornika wody brudnej, dojeżdża do stacji dokującej i tą wodę sobie opróżnia, tankuje nową i ładuje swoje baterie, więc jest w pełni autonomiczny.
Dziękuję. Czy moglibyśmy zobaczyć, jak on działa?
Jasne.
Mam jeszcze pytanie. Mówi Pan, że w sklepach wielkopowierzchniowych na przykład mamy tam dużo klientów. Jak to wygląda, kiedy spotka na swojej drodze osobę jakąś?
W momencie, w którym mamy kontakt z człowiekiem, robot dynamicznie go omija lub staje i czeka, aż taki człowiek sobie po prostu zejdzie mu z drogi. Mamy również inne roboty sprzątające, które funkcja po prostu sprawia, że robot przystaje, prosi klienta o zejście z drogi, następnie jedzie sobie dalej.
Rozumiem. Czy macie Państwo inne roboty, bo ten sprząta tylko posadzki, on je tylko myje. Czy macie Państwo jakieś roboty odkurzające na przykład?
Oczywiście, mamy roboty myjące, mamy roboty odkurzające, mamy roboty mopujące, więc te 3 tryby pracy mamy dostępne w naszych robotach. Mamy również robota dezynfekującego światłem UVC.
Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy Audi Centrum Białystok Sieńko i Syn, który prezentuje Centrum Wirtualnej Konfiguracji Pojazdu. Czy mogłaby Pani powiedzieć coś o tym więcej? Czy ten system jest już dostępny u Państwa?
Tak, jak najbardziej. System jest dostępny przy każdej wizycie u nas w salonie tak naprawdę. Dzięki temu systemowi każdy z klientów indywidualnie może zobaczyć na bieżąco, tak, jak dana konfiguracja jego wymarzonego modelu samochodu wygląda. Ponadto po takiej wizycie każdy z klientów dostaje swój automatycznie wygenerowany kod, dzięki któremu może jeszcze raz w spokoju obejrzeć swój samochód tak już w domowym zaciszu i zobaczyć po prostu, jak to auto wygląda.
Czy od dawna korzystacie Państwo już z tego systemu?
Tak, już od dłuższego czasu. System jest cały czas gdzieś tam doskonalony, jakby wirtualnie, tak. Staramy się też odzwierciedlać jak najwięcej szczegółów poprzez oczywiście zmianę koloru, stylistykę felg. Również oczywiście tak jakby do tapicerki, do struktury tapicerki, więc tak naprawdę to jest bardzo realne odzwierciedlenie tego, co faktycznie w samochodzie się dzieje.
Czy dzięki temu systemowi widzicie Państwo zmianę wśród wyborów klientów? Czy na przykład częściej wybierają inne kolory, których wcześniej nie mogli sobie wyobrazić? Tak musieli tylko zastanawiać się, jak to będzie wyglądało, teraz mogą zobaczyć. Czy to wpływa na wybory?
Tak, jak najbardziej. Jakby klient, który widzi tak naocznie, co się dzieje z tym samochodem, jak on fizycznie będzie wyglądał, podejmuje też decyzje do, wręcz tak powiem, zmiany koloru ze standardowego, tak, czyli gdzieś tam czarny, biały, czerwony, do kolorów, które są mniej tradycyjne, co się przekłada na to, że ten efekt wizualny końcowy, tak, takiego samochodu jest zupełnie inny i to auto wygląda autentycznie, bardzo indywidualnie i rzuca się w oczy.
Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy PLM Expert, która prezentuje rozwiązania skierowane do firm chcących transformować się w kierunku 4.0. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć nam coś więcej, co można tutaj zrobić, czego to świadczy?
Tak, oczywiście. To można tutaj też właśnie przyjść, porozmawiać pod względem tego, żeby poznać rozwiązanie. Również mamy filmiki, jak i możliwości tego, żeby zobaczyć samo oprogramowanie żywe, jak ono funkcjonuje. A z drugiej strony również zapraszamy do umówienia takiego pokazu już w firmie lub indywidualnie.
Czyli rozumiem, że ta oferta tego programu jest tutaj skierowana raczej do przedsiębiorstw, tak? One mogą przyjść, sprawdzić, jak takie oprogramowanie wygląda, jak się je wprowadza i porozmawiać z Państwem. Rozumiem, że te oprogramowania są zindywidualizowane też, tak? Dostosowane do przedsiębiorstw.
Jak najbardziej, tak. Tutaj też można właśnie porozmawiać, one są zindywidualizowane i co najważniejsze, one też jest tak tworzone, żeby przedsiębiorca to, co już ma, mógł jak najbardziej z tego korzystać, tylko że my poszerzamy funkcjonalności po prostu tych rozwiązań, które ma, żeby móc wprowadzać już właśnie ten przemysł 4.0, automatyzację i cały cykl życia produktu.
Rozumiem, czyli dla firmy to nie będzie rewolucja, a ewolucja bardziej w kierunku, co prawdopodobnie zmniejszy też koszty i zmniejsza ryzyko, więc pewnie firmy chętniej chcą to wprowadzać.
Jak najbardziej. Tutaj też jest właśnie ta kontrola tych kosztów. Co najważniejsze, że przez automatyzację ta redukcja różnych kosztów związanych z błędami, z nieporozumieniami, czy po prostu z takimi zwykłymi błędami ludzkimi, które mogą się pojawiać, a takie błędy potrafią też być bardzo kosztowne dla różnych przedsiębiorców. No i redukcja różnych opóźnień, czyli jeżeli mamy kontrolę pod względem oprogramowania, wiemy już dzięki tym innym programom, co się dzieje, ale możemy wszystkie informacje zebrać w jednym miejscu, to mamy kontrolę już nad całą firmą. Wiemy, jakie są opóźnienia, gdzie mamy braki, jakich części brakuje, gdzie ludzie szybciej pracują, wolniej pracują, co musimy uzupełnić, więc to już jest pełna redukcja wszystkich elementów, które są tworzące, generujące dodatkowe koszty.
Brzmi to zdecydowanie jak ułatwienie procesu produkcyjnego i przede wszystkim zmniejszenie kosztów. Także dziękuję Panu bardzo i zapraszam wszystkich przedsiębiorców, którzy byliby zainteresowani wprowadzeniem takich procesów w swoich firmach. Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy Pepperfuchs, która prezentuje na naszej konferencji zminiaturyzowaną przemysłową linię transportową, która wykorzystuje elementy przemysłu 4.0. Czy mógłby powiedzieć Pan nam coś więcej na temat tego, co tutaj widzimy?
Tak, my jesteśmy elementem komponentów, które są w szerokiej skali wykorzystywane w tego typu rozwiązaniach. Mogą być to linie transportowe, mogą być to linie produkcyjne. Nasze komponenty są bazą przemysłu 4.0 w pełni wykorzystującą i pokazującą możliwości tego typu rozwiązań.
Rozumiem, że takie zastosowania są już dostępne w firmach.
Tak, zdecydowanie. Nasze rozwiązania istnieją w przemyśle od ponad 70 lat. Jesteśmy jednym z liderów rynku światowego i nasze produkty są szeroko stosowane w rozwiązaniach na całym świecie.
Czy przedsiębiorstwa, które chciałyby wprowadzić elementy takich linii u siebie, czy to jest duża inwestycja, czy mogą wykorzystać to, co już mają i rozwinąć to tylko?
Wszystko zależy od potrzeb oczywiście. Komponenty naszej firmy są stosowane w pojedynczych sztukach w tak zwanym utrzymaniu ruchu, czyli tam, gdzie nastąpi jakaś awaria, a także są stosowane w szerokich i globalnych, ogromnych projektach, gdzie tego typu elementy są wykorzystywane w dziesiątkach, setkach, a także i tysiącach sztuk.
Czy prowadzicie Państwo współpracę z jakimiś firmami z województwa podlaskiego, czy jeszcze nie?
Tak, zdecydowanie. Rynek podlaski jest dla nas bardzo owocny. Współpracujemy tutaj zarówno z firmami końcowymi, czyli producentami urządzeń bazującymi na tego typu elementach, a także z dystrybutorami, którzy szeroko promują nasze rozwiązania.
Znajdujemy się na stanowisku firmy Procobot, która prezentuje przemysłowego robota współpracującego. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć coś o jego zastosowaniu?
Tak, na stanowisku znajduje się robot współpracujący Universal Robots. Jest to model UR16E o 16-kilogramowym udźwigu. Znajdują one zastosowanie w przemyśle, głównie w tym sektorze MŚP, czyli są dedykowane dla małych i średnich przedsiębiorstw, gdzie klasyczna duża robotyzacja nie mogła mieć miejsca, chociażby dlatego, że duży robot przemysłowy zajmuje dużo miejsca, wymaga specjalistycznej wiedzy do jego zaprogramowania. Roboty współpracujące charakteryzują się przede wszystkim łatwością programowania, dzięki czemu mniejsze i średnie firmy, które chcą mieć robota, mają już tą drogę otwartą, tak? Ponieważ Robot jest mniejszy, robota łatwo zaprogramować, dzięki czemu nawet i te małe przedsiębiorstwa no mogą w tym momencie się już automatyzować czy robotyzować, nie są powiedzmy zamknięci czy odepchnięci na dalszy bok, ponieważ głównie robotyka była dedykowana dla tych większych przedsiębiorstw, w szczególności automotive.
Jeśli Państwo sprzedajecie takiego robota, czy te konsultacje związane z tym, jak go zaprogramować i później ewentualne wsparcie, czy to również Państwo oferujecie przedsiębiorstwom?
Oczywiście, no, poza tym, że jesteśmy firmą dystrybucyjną, posiadamy swój dział inżynieryjny, który świadczy różnego rodzaju usługi, czy to poprzez szkolenia, przez serwis czy wsparcie techniczne, zarówno to przedsprzedażowe, jak i posprzedażowe. Tak? Czyli poza tym, że dostarczamy roboty, dostarczamy również wiedzę, jak takiego robota wdrożyć w przedsiębiorstwie, no bo tym się po prostu zajmujemy na co dzień.
Czy te roboty są uniwersalne, czy możecie je Państwo zindywidualizować, dostosować do konkretnych potrzeb przedsiębiorstwa?
Tak jak sama nazwa robota mówi, Universal Robots, tak, jest to robot uniwersalny, możemy go wykorzystywać przy różnego rodzaju aplikacjach. Software jest bardzo otwarty, nie jest to robot dedykowany stricte do jednej danej czynności, możemy go wykorzystać przy wielu. To wiąże się też z tym, że robot jest zasilany z sieci jednofazowej, czyli nie trzeba doprowadzać specjalnego zasilania. Robot jest odpowiednio lżejszy, dzięki czemu możemy go przenosić ze stanowiska na stanowisko. Dodatkowo łatwe programowanie umożliwia to, że możemy zaprogramować kilka różnych rodzajów operacji i przełączając te operacje w zależności od potrzeb.
Rozumiem, czyli w zasadzie jest uniwersalny, ale tak naprawdę można go dostosować, można jego funkcjonowanie dostosować do aktualnych potrzeb.
Tak, wszystko to zależy od nas, w zasadzie od użytkownika, to co użytkownik chce osiągnąć, jaką aplikację chce sobie zrobotyzować, jakie usprawnienia chce wprowadzić na swojej produkcji, do tego robota możemy oczywiście dostosować. Jest to jeden z modeli Universal Robots. 2 dni temu w Monachium była premiera najnowszego modelu UR20, który jest już w stanie podnieść 20 kg na 1,70 m zasięgu. Także już też otwieramy się na te większe aplikacje, mam tu na myśli cięższe paczki, cięższe zadania wymagające większego udźwigu i większego zasięgu.
Firma Procobot na konferencji prezentuje także robokelnera, który jest dedykowany branży Horeca. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć coś więcej o działaniu tego robota?
Jasne, jak najbardziej. Jest to oczywiście, tak najprościej mówiąc, robokelner. Ma on oczywiście tutaj pomagać kelnerom w obsłudze gości restauracyjnych. Czyli kelner w tym momencie sobie nakłada na daną taskę posiłek dla gościa i klika wybrany numer, to akurat nie ma pokazanego stolika, klika, do którego stolika ma podjechać start i Bella automatycznie sama zawozi gościowi restauracji. Jest oczywiście też interaktywna, także jak najbardziej możemy ją pogłaskać, odezwie się do nas i no i tutaj ładnie się prezentuje.
Zdecydowanie. Czy jest możliwość, żeby ona pomyliła stoliki? One wcześniej muszą zostać zaprogramowane, tak?
Dokładnie. My ją uczymy, czyli na początku w restauracji pokazujemy jej, czyli prowadzimy ją za rączkę, pokazujemy jej całą mapę restauracji, programujemy każdy stolik. Jedynie kto mógł się pomylić, to kelner klikając nieodpowiedni stolik, no ale wiadomo, że gdyby gość dostał nie swój posiłek, to od razu by go zgłosił do kelnera. Gdyby się okazało, że klient weźmie nie swoje danie, to jak najbardziej Bella tutaj zgłosi to wszystko też komunikatem głosowym, że to nie jest danie przeznaczone dla tego stolika.
Rozumiem, czyli ona na każdym tym poziomie, na każdy poziom ma zgłoszony danie na konkretny stolik i wie, kiedy on powinien zostać podniesiony.
Dokładnie tak. Jeżeli zabierzemy, to albo możemy kliknąć guzik, który pokazuje już, że może wracać do punktu startowego, czyli do kuchni, albo ma oczywiście też wagę, jak zabierzemy tylko talerz, ona z automatu wraca do kuchni właśnie, żeby już obsłużyć kolejnego gościa. Jest jeszcze tylko dopowiem, jest to oczywiście takie ułatwienie dla kelnera, bo w momencie, kiedy Bella dostarcza posiłek, my w tym momencie możemy, nie wiem, obsłużyć kolejnego gościa, zebrać kolejne zamówienie, zebrać brudne naczynia, więc bardzo, bardzo pomaga właśnie w pracy w restauracji.
W restauracji goście nie tylko siedzą, przepraszam, ale również chodzą, poruszają się. Czy istnieje możliwość, że robot wpadnie na kogoś albo zatrzyma się i nie będzie w stanie jechać dalej, ponieważ ktoś będzie na jego drodze?
Bella jest wyposażona w masę czujników dookoła, więc jak najbardziej nie ma takiej możliwości, żeby ona w kogoś wpadła. Ktoś mógłby celowo w nią wejść, no ale jak najbardziej takie sytuacje są po prostu znikome i to się nie zdarza. W momencie, kiedy ma jakąś przeszkodę, czyli powiedzmy, tak my tutaj stoimy, ona by chciała tędy przejechać, bo tu ma swoją trasę, ona zgłosi do nas, że przepraszam, stoisz na mojej drodze, czy mógłbyś się przesunąć. No wiadomo, że goście restauracji nie są tacy uporczywi, którzy by przeszkadzali w pracy oczywiście kelnera, więc jak najbardziej każdy schodzi z drogi.
Dziękuję bardzo. Na naszej konferencji Bella również rozwozi drobne poczęstunki czy też napoje, którymi można się poczęstować.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Hello to everybody. My name is Bogusław Plawko, University of Białystok. I will be the moderator of this session. I'm replacing Professor Jałowiec. She's not feeling well today, so she asked me to replace her, and it will be my pleasure. We have a very important session, I think, ahead of us. Social challenges of the economy 4.0, human capital competences of managers and employees. And we have heard in the previous sessions that the revolution will not be successful if we do not have the right human resources. So it might be that it's in fact the most important session right now. So let's start. I'm inviting Professor Aldona Frączkiewicz-Wronka from University of Economics in Katowice, Industry 4.0, an opportunity or a threat to the decent life of seniors.
Thank you very much. At the very beginning, thank you, dear Professor, that you sent invitations to us, and so we hope to get even more. And we hope to come here regularly. And also, I would like to apologize everyone because I'm going to present and then we're going home to Katowice, but we want to avoid change in Warsaw. Well, yes, you said that properly, that Industry 4.0 is a challenge for a manager. Of course, a manager has to take on board a group of defavorized employees, a kind of a element that creates the architecture that supports their functioning. Generally, on the social and economic market, well, I prefer the social one. We have devised a project Beyond Barriers at our University of Economy, just of sheer maliciousness. Somebody wanted to do a different project, but we decided to prioritize this one, namely the persons at the verge of senior age, namely people 55 plus, 6 or even 60, 65 plus, have an access to digitalization. The COVID pandemic put its stress on the competences that we need so that we can be in the economy and in the society. For the older generation, probably it is about the in society being, so that they can feel well here and they can perform their roles, various roles, in a proper way. So we decided thinking about what is the most important for us. So we are starting this project, it's the beginning. Then we want to move forward to implement projects anti-exclusion in terms of seniors, because we know that digitalization is an obvious thing and it's inevitable. Unless we fall short of the internet and electricity, then yes, we may come back to the age of fire, but rather not. We think that informatization and digitalization will be a key point in the future. So if we want to operate effectively, we need to think about defavorized groups of people and digitalization. In the past, I took part in the project, the needs, non-needs, which means that these are the people who are not in and they're not interested in any kind of integration. So we thought that maybe applications could be a solution in, for example, regional labor offices, and that was successful. So maybe in the new perspective, 2027, we could teach seniors to be in. Somebody might say that, well, this is in us, but we are not focusing on internal decisions to make change in terms of learning something more, but rather the external motivation. Namely, meaning that the public organization institution plays a role here.
So this is a picture that shows that we are living longer and longer, but in terms of the state, these are huge costs. So 60 plus, this is a huge cost for the state. So we need to minimize it somehow. So we're going to take a look at Natalia Hadamalska's map of trends. She involves a lot of students for this map. And here we can see three financially interesting areas, namely huge money, kind of considerable or so-so, which creates some kind of incentive to take action. So here we see the so-called silver tsunami, a notion that is known for many of us, namely this is financial resource, but it won't be executed in a good way as long as we do not teach digital competencies to this age group. When we take a look at Kantar Ecomark research, they asked people of many ages, how do they imagine the way the purchasing trends will look like in the future? So take a look at this pink frame. Well, is this the cashier, the internet shopping? And we see that this age section, 55-65, we see the systematic significance. We see that it is taking place. So we should learn it. It was difficult to find some following research. Here we've got the Syndicate Report 2017, which shows the tendency of these age cohorts. And an interesting thing is that in 2007, we've got many more. We've got 14, now 45% of these people using the internet. So the COVID has played a role here. Researching what could be a change, an opportunity or a threat if we do not support seniors with using new technologies in these areas of life, we concluded that this literature analysis shows areas of interest that you see. And let's take a look at residency, so living in a sense of safety, security, and independence. And it is obvious that there will be more IT in our house, more of such equipment. And if we do not know how to use it, we will lose our ground and we won't know how to function. We have a serious need now to institutionalize costs of the state so that we want to keep a senior at home as long as possible. So probably such a senior's house will be packed with such equipment, giving, for example, alarms that an elderly fell to the ground and he needs a rescue. So probably this will be much less costly than old people's homes. Mobility, namely upkeeping autonomy and independence. So another area that the Industry 4.0 goes into, so all those devices that allow to function independently. Just like my boss said, well, dear, start focusing on the geriatry. Then I didn't want it, and now I'm actually into this subject. In terms of age, I'm getting closer. That's why I'm getting involved in this subject. It is not funny if we experience it, but it's good to know it. Another area, health, so new methods of providing health services. So we've got different mobile devices like watches that count our steps, pulsometers and so on. They support our functioning. So let's take a look at the economic side of it. The more gadgets you've got and the more logistic points there are and satiate your needs, the state will be able to pay more willingly for our health keeping. It's not that it shouldn't, of course it must, but some of these needs could be less needed if we applied the technology, because it can be replaced in terms of, well, basic elements or elementary things. Social integration, so still together but in a different way. So another approach in terms of what Industry 4.0 can do to us, we cannot lock people inside. They must get into the society. Just like in Zabrze during the pandemic time, the seniors were taught how to expand their knowledge in terms of joining cinema, concert activities, events, but of course realized through the internet. We kind of had a pinch of experience there, but generally it's an interesting thing. Nursery care, so digital technologies so we've got the healthcare 4.0 digital technologies that start to support and not replace nurses at the medium level. In assumptions, it can mean that a nurse can devote her time for being with the patient and not bringing pills to the senior. So instead of those really technical things, namely making someone exercise. It's like the cat here. I'm calling it, but it's not coming to us. So I hope such technologies will be programmed in a better way. So I think that this human activity could be given more freedom in that sense, thanks to the use of robots. Social space. That's another element within Industry 4.0, namely connecting and networking at a basic level even. And now let's take a look at the threats. The threat could be, well, we are shouting that yes, we can, but when we took a look at the statistics, it doesn't look so bright. I showed the 2017 report made by Syndicate, and here we've got another report from 2001, and we've got two categories: 65, 74, and 65 over. In the first group, we've got 40%. In 75 age, we've got 13, but it's not real digitalization. It's just like, for example, using a mobile phone, but not talking to the offices that really supports us in terms of social services. Then we've got a chart, and this shows the perspective of the users that are able in any way to exist on the market. I also found a very interesting report, Competencies of the Future at the Times of Digital Disruption. I'm learning this term, but it really shows that there are challenges, but these challenges will be implemented if we are able to digitally handle the situation, namely social public institutions can enable that. If we want to develop competencies, let's develop educational competencies of the manager so that they can reach for EU projects that will enable them to execute many projects. Such an example of a campaign that is executed thanks to public money is how to help seniors, and the Ministry of Digitalization suggests. So we are trying to make our seniors aware of digitalization. So Industry 4.0 is a wonderful solution for us. Surely for seniors, this could be a huge trap. And this trap will be even bigger unless us, the managing people in the managerial staff of the public services, do not create a basis for life of seniors. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. That's a very promising field of research. And I think it's going to come back to us, this topic. Now, I welcome to the floor Professor Joanna Moczydłowska, who will talk about technology anxiety as a barrier to implementation of the Industry 4.0 concept. I think, in fact, that this anxiety does not refer only to seniors, but mainly, probably. Okay, so 15 minutes, remember. Thank you, Professor, and welcome. Hello to everybody. I represent the Faculty of Management Engineering of Białystok Technical University. Yesterday I counted the word scared, terrified, 6 times. And that means that my topic is a good one. So I'm going to talk about technology anxiety. This is one of the barriers to implement the solutions typical for Industry 4.0. I will start from saying that we have been scared since the beginning of our existence as a human race. That's natural, but at first these were natural phenomena that we were afraid of because we didn't understand them. And right now we have a lot of scientific research that shows that the thing that we are scared of right now is technology. And in scientific and popular literature, there is a dominating view that new technologies offer us so many opportunities that it is seen as a positive thing, so much that we have now the term technophilia that appeared. So this is a certain kind of uncritical enthusiasm. There are fanatics of technology who believe that the humanity and what it can do, all of that can be surpassed. But on the other side, there are irrational, extreme emotions. Anxiety, which is really big, and this is the fear that our human civilization is threatened by technology. Now, very shortly, I will talk about aspects of technology anxiety. This topic appears in the research of scientists from different fields. It appears that this is something more than the lack of trust to new technology. It is something more than digital minimalism. It is a kind of feeling where we have at the very basic some existential axiological premises. So this is us being afraid that in a minute we'll not be able to tell what is human and what is not, that the values that put humans in the center of culture, civilization are threatened. And finally, and that's very important, and I think it will be a natural continuation of my predecessor. So an anxiety which is connected with the fear that we will not be able to learn those new technologies, learn the skills necessary to use it. A lot is said about dependency between technology anxiety and age. And it is clear, age and personality as well. So it is clear that these are people who tend to have this paranoid experience of the world that have this anxiety more often. Now, technology anxiety affects not only people, because we can we talk also about technology anxiety affecting enterprises. In the literature, we can see that enterprise is personified. We talk about enterprises, companies having its DNA, enterprise learning something, fearing something, and so on. So you can read a lot about that. So I'm going to present some results of the research that I conducted among managers, but this is just a preliminary study. I want to underline that. It will be useful for me to formulate some hypotheses for some deeper, more insightful research in the future. So I assume that the manager, it's a person who has a lot of knowledge of business, but not only, but also of who knows what's happening inside the company, and who is able to say if this technology anxiety is something artificial, invented by researchers, or is this real, and what are the symptoms of technology anxiety among employees. So I did not, I underline, I did not measure the level of anxiety among managers, but I tested their opinions about it. So 12 people. I had interviews, focus group interviews with 12 people, and they represented 3 medium-sized and 9 big enterprises and very advanced enterprises. So the question was, how do the managerial staff assess the scale, the reasons, and the effects of technology anxiety in the context of the implementation of the Industry 4.0 solutions? So it was a qualitative study. So I did not use any advanced methods. I used NVivo software. I think it's the best software to do that. The analysis of words used by my interlocutors led me to concluding that managers in general believe that this anxiety affects about 10% of employees, and that this is just a type of fear of changes. They underlined that it affects especially those employees who are at the end of their career, and from the psychological point of view, they are in a very difficult situation, because this knowledge that they have been acquiring for many years, they have been building authority in their teams, suddenly it appears not to be so useful. So there's this feeling of losing one's authority, losing one's position in the group, the feeling of maladjustment, and in some extreme cases, even the feeling of being ridiculed, embarrassed, humiliated, like people feel like I can't do what my younger colleagues can do. So according to my respondents, the participants of this study, the people who experience technophobia have a tendency to rationalize. I will remind that means that you give some reasons for something which is irrational. And people who are afraid of new technologies, they try to find some arguments that those technologies does not make sense. So they say that it's unnecessary cost, that it's not compatible with the many years of tradition, that these are unnecessary organizational changes, and so on. I also want to say that what results from my study is that there is a clear connection between technophobia and attitudes to learning. And that was very often had here in this conference. Industry 4.0 requires the constant improvement of skills. And here we have the problem. So we have here three attitudes which are not good for the enterprise. The first attitude is, I don't want to learn because I have only 4 years until my retirement and I don't need that. But then the consequence of that is that this person tends to feel unnecessary. The next attitude, I want, but I'm not sure if I'm able to learn that. Here the consequence is unpleasant emotion of fear that one will be ridiculed and lose its position in the group. And finally, the third attitude, I do not want to learn because I'm afraid I will not be able to learn it. To sum up, technophobia is a real problem that appears in enterprises, and it should be put on the list of barriers to the implementation of Industry 4.0 solutions, because this is not the problem that affects not only of those who experience this anxiety, but it's wider because it's contagious. They manage to convince the group that technology is bad. That happens very often. Negative attitudes to change, to the necessity of learning new competences. I think we can say that those people have a really big tendency to rationalize here. And some deeper consequences. People experiencing technophobia lose their job satisfaction. They do not like their job anymore. So that's a consequence which is bad, both for the society and for the people's health. I'm sorry I had to do it so quickly. I hope you will read my article. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani profesor.
Thank you very much. I think that that's a future-oriented subject because together with advancements of economy 4.0, those fears, those anxieties can add up. So it's an important subject. I would like to welcome Professor the Magister Magdalena Morze, talking about human-robot I-team, the basic factors of effective cooperation within Industry 4.0. What wonderful speakers we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, I came here from Poznań. I work for Poznań Institute of Technology, and I also working on doctoral thesis at the University of Technology in Poznań. So I think that human-robot interaction could be an interesting subject for this. So I decided to focus on enterprises that can use, that are using such solutions, but it was difficult. So I maybe would like to convince you that this is an element of Industry 4.0 that is essential, but not present as yet. I'm not going to talk about Industry 4.0 because I think everything has been said in this matter, but I believe that I would like to highlight that robotization, in whatever sense, or automatization, play a core role here. This is something that is waiting for us, and it will get us colloquially and pejoratively. I think everybody will experience it. Poland, we saw statistics before. Well, Poland is not a leader, but it's not the last. But as we can see, there are companies that sell robots, cobots in different versions, and this market is in progress. With this respect, that we have robots and they are to work with a human, but as yesterday and today I talked to CEOs of companies, well, they brought some light to me and they said off the record that, well, a human can be dispensed of because a robot can do things alone without human activity. I still think that it's ahead of us. We are still in a situation that we've got human-robot interaction, so a field that is really, really popularized in Western Europe and the USA. In Poland, not yet. I would like to put a definition here that interaction is something more than collaboration and cooperation. But from the perspective of a research team, when I see a robot and a human that are to mutually share duties, I need this notion of collaboration here. Some people treat it synonymically, but I find it erroneous. There are some scientists who say that for 2 years, let's say, we have been treating technology not as a tool only, but as a team member, teammate, like Lars in the church, who wrote an interesting article here. So they already define teammates in terms of a robot and a human. When can a robot become a teammate? According to them, if a robot does not contribute in a unique way, so brings unique value, it remains technology. But if in the process of performing work it is key and brings this key value, then we can say that both the robot and a human are workmates. I asked the representatives of the companies downstairs if they know that a human and a robot cooperate, and they said that yes, there are such situations, but in the companies that we visited, it didn't really look like that. Because in many situations, those robots are completely separated. And here we've got the company KUKA, one of the larger producers, presents 6 stages of cooperation, 6 levels of cooperation between the humans and robots. The first 3 are uninteresting for me because these are typical industrial robots separated from the rest because you, for example, can lose your life. Well, from the 4th to the 6th level is when a human truly cooperates with the robot. And even the 6th stage, this it can be said that cooperation with them is not needed because the robot is autonomous. It's just like Agapit, the company that shows cleaning machines. I talked to the CEO yesterday, and he said that this machine is to do its job without any kind of interaction with a human. But there are such options where this cooperation takes place. And here we can see examples. So, for example, my former presenter who showed that robots are integrated into the nursery care. So we can see that those robots are not just a tool, that actually they are starting to become as teammates. Autonomous forklifts, they are already working. They've got jobs to do in the logistic halls or production halls, and cooperates with humans who collect some of the items that they are transporting. In my bottom right corner, there is a robot that works in a hospital, can move along floors of the hospital and applies, brings medicines to patients. And in the middle, we see a human and still device, and they are walking around the warehouse, and they are doing their jobs. And I was observing this catbot here, and please raise your hand, anyone who did not talk to this cat. I think everyone tries to talk to him, and we don't like it when it does not react back. Of course, we know that the robot is programmed in such a way. But is there a chance that a person who goes with this a machine like steel machine is and they work as team, and the results of the research made by American scientists in great measure, well, those scientists say that in terms of factors that affect this cooperation are numerous. I thought at the beginning that it is communication, because I work in communication field. I was wrong, because we need to look deeper down into this, because this engagement of the machines is much greater, because there are many factors. And I asked questions in the companies whether there are employees who question decisions made by programs. And the answer was no, that employees take everything that the machine tells them to do. But this has been going on for 7 years now. So trust. The research done in laboratory environment that was done, I think that we should go outside into the companies in that sense. For example, stressful situations or bad mood. So in the natural environment, we will have a true impact of on the cooperation. But laboratory results say that the appearance, the proximity, and the efficiency play a part whether we have trust or not towards robots. People say that it could be good, so that it has a head and arms, looks like a humanoid, just like, the cat here. Isn't this cat nicer than the cleaning machine? We interact with this cat better because it has got eyes. Efficiency, everything is okay as long as the machine does its job. And proximity, namely we treat them as autonomous, but still we would like to supervise, control it. The other thing is predictability, namely people want to know what they want to do and how they do it, as long as they handle the situation. Because when we deal with artificial intelligence, well, then that can be avoided. But the last one is reliability. And there was a test in rescue teams, and one of the teammates was a robot, and something bad happened. The robot couldn't answer, react to some kind of question, and the people stopped trusting it. I have the pleasure to contact Dr. Nancy Cook from Cook University. She's the director of the laboratory connected with researching human-robot interaction for American Army, especially because they perfectly know that robots will be used in the army, but of course they're not going to replace soldiers, just as has been said previously. And so what I'm talking about here, namely building trust. And Nancy Cook made this kind of research in terms of trust. And she says that this trust is not stable. Well, it depends on the situation. It depends on other teammates, human teammates, perceive a robot. Also, how, for example, pilots are trained in terms of software. It is also very important that, for example, the trainer, how much this trainer is engaged in this robot issue. Why is it important? Lastly, I got a review, and the professor said that I'm not humble. And I think, and I won't be humble now, because I think it's very important that it should be developing together with the technology, because we are at this stage where we are very enthusiastic about implementation of technologies. And when I ask, what about the human? And they start thinking, well, the human is working. This is what I hear. But I think that this part, the human part of this team, needs care. So scientists within human-robot interaction, some of them are focused on the machine and some of them are focused on the human and how the human feels. And I'm much closer to the second group of scientists. And I was very glad when I got this article into my hands. These are German scientists who made a roadmap of the needed research area within human-robot interaction. And what appears here, they task dynamics, namely the psychology of work, also management, in my view, because when the company has already implemented those robots, it should take a closer look how these teams are cooperating towards better effectiveness and train managers in that sense. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think that at our conference, we're not going to say that you are not humble enough. I think your topic matches very well the conference, and I think also that that's the issue that's going to develop, and those tendencies will be stronger. Thank you very much for sticking to the time schedule. And now I'm inviting a team, a very strong team. Profesor Magdalena Osińska, dr Małgorzata Szczepaniak, dr Agnieszka Szulca-Błoza, dr Ming Śliwicki, all of them from Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń. And the title of the presentation is Perception of Job Satisfaction Across Generation Z and Y. Hello to everybody. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for the invitation. It will be my pleasure to deliver this presentation about job satisfaction across generations Z and Y. So that's my agenda, the purpose, the motivation for taking this topic, methodology, the results of the estimation of the model, and then conclusions. The purpose, the aim of this research is to identify the significant determinants of job satisfaction among young adults representing generations Z and Y, and another aim is to construct a certain tool to improve this satisfaction, this job satisfaction. So what we do in this study is that we compare job satisfaction factors in those two generations, Z and Y, and we formulate certain recommendations for employers and the creators of the job market policies. So what was our motivation to study this topic? Job satisfaction is a positive emotion resulting from the assessment of professional experience. Usually it's oriented on how people approach their jobs. Do they like it or not like it? It's connected with emotions and feelings related to the job. On the other hand, it is a certain attitude that is a reflection of the evaluation of work. So very briefly, that's what we can say about job satisfaction. Why are we going to talk about significance of job satisfaction? Well, there are two aspects here. Employees want to maximize their well-being from the point of view of the individual employee, but on the other hand, high job satisfaction is reflected in productivity, in increased productivity of the organization. And presently, enterprises, organizations, they put a lot of emphasis on the dedication of workers, of employees. In Poland, satisfaction from salary is strictly connected to job satisfaction, and we will show that in our models prepared for this study. Young adults. It's a group of people who sees their place on the job market in a bit different way. They want to have professional experience, they look for jobs that match their profile of education, and they want contracts of employment. According to the data of OECD, young adults experience lower remuneration, get paid less, and more uncertainty on the job market. In 2018, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were deemed to belong to the group of countries which have the lowest percentage of people with low earnings in the EU, and that's connected, of course, with job satisfaction. We got interested in this topic because we noticed that there is relatively little literature about job satisfaction among young adults. We have a publication by McKay, Newell, and Rinzo from 2018, who analyzed young employees aged 15-29 in Eastern and South Africa. Bueno and Krause, 2018 also, they predicted job satisfaction among young adults, 24 to 34, in the context of overeducation. And we should say that in the literature, the approach to job satisfaction is twofold. On one hand, we have the analysis of a broad picture of general job satisfaction. So the question is usually that is asked is how much are you satisfied with your job? And another approach is that the analysis focuses on certain subtypes, like the question asked about relations with colleagues, with boss, etc. Methodology. As far as the study itself is concerned, it was conducted in 2020. The sample was 1,000 people. It was conducted by Kantar agency. 400 were people aged 18-24, 400 were aged 25-29, and 200, it was a group of people 50-60. I'm not going to present the last group here. The research tool was the Logit model for ordered categories and the Likert scale for answers. The question was, are you happy with your job? Are satisfied with your job? And number 1 was definitely not, and 5 definitely yes. Now, based on the statistical data, we have 3 groups here, the age as you can see. And we can see quite a big variation of factors within particular groups and in the model as a whole. But first of all, we have 4 groups of factors that shape the satisfaction: behavioral, economic, educational, and socio-demographic. Behavioral factors. Here we have certain attitudes, like I prefer to spend than save, and I prefer to spend my money on nice things rather than save it. So these are certain preferences connected with attitudes to saving. In fact, And in this table, we have the odds ratio. The values lower than 1 means that a certain factor lowers the chances for having bigger satisfaction, and higher than 1, that the given factor increases the chances for bigger satisfaction. Now, p-value, that refers to significance. So we see in this model that we have satisfaction from consumption, the level of household income, the source of income, wage sat, that's satisfaction from the salary, from wages, and in all groups, age groups, we have very high odds ratio here, which means that this is the factor which most strongly impacts job satisfaction in Poland. Educational factors are significant for younger people, and socio-demographic, what this is, the symbols here mean that what kind of activities, like what kind of jobs people do, what kinds of contracts they have. For instance, there is a group who have no permanent contracts of employment. Job satisfaction is lower in this case. Based on this model, we conducted some scenario analysis. Job satisfaction is usually counted as an average from the answers on the scale from 1 to 5. We are able to model this average. Now, each of these variants is multiplied by the odds received based on the Logit model. Let's have two scenarios. One is a positive scenario, a hypothetical situation that in each of these questions, wherever possible, the answers are raised by 1. So 4 is 5, 3 is 4, and so on. The negative is quite the opposite. The satisfaction drops, usually a little bit less than 1. So we have two scenarios, positive and a negative one. And the results of this scenario for both age groups show clearly which factors most strongly influence job satisfaction. So let's notice that for both groups, we have a very strong impact of wage satisfaction. If it increases, so each answer is higher by 1, then the satisfaction rises by 0.47. If it drops, then in the negative scenario, then this impact is slightly smaller, and it will be 0.42 smaller. Now, satisfaction from consumption on the increase side is 0.22, the drop is 0.41. As regards the changes in the structure of household income, we can see that in this group 18-24, the increase here does not influence so strongly the increase of job satisfaction, but if the income drops, then this job satisfaction will be stronger. And in the group 25-29, the influence of satisfaction from consumption is similar in the positive scenario, and in the negative scenario, the stronger influence is when we have the satisfaction from consumption. Our study shows that job satisfaction is determined mainly by economic factors, so such as the wages, the household income, the level of consumption, and other factors, behavioral, socio-demographic, educational, play an important role, but a smaller one. Now, the differences between generations Z and Y, we see that all economic factors, the influence of these economic factors is stronger in the case of the younger generation. Let's interpret that. The more the young people are satisfied with their wages, the higher the probability that they will be happy with their jobs. The effect of wage satisfaction is always stronger in the case of people aged 18-24 than the people aged 25-29. So there are different reference points and different expectations. Now, for people aged 18-24, the household income per person strongly influences their job satisfaction, but not the individual income, not the property were statistically significant to predict job satisfaction, and they are not present in those models. Now, educational factors. What is important here is now education in the area of IT and economics. It plays a very important part, but for the youngest group. And we should emphasize here that the requirements of today's world, the observation of today's job market, the students of economic faculties and IT enter the labor market very early, and they get more job satisfaction than other students and graduates. And in the older group, the type of education was not significant. Behavioral, now preference orientation on consumption rather than saving lowers the probability of high job satisfaction among the youngest. It's because this age group, these are the people who are just starting to earn money, so this preference on saving is necessary. Now, demographic factors. The number of people in the household is important in this model. The younger group who lives in big families, they have a higher probability of being satisfied with their job, and single person household, the probability of satisfaction is lower. Now, the group 25-29, this is the people who are starting to be independent, to have their own household. And in this case, when there is more than one person in the household, it lowers the probability of being happy with the job. Scenario analysis. In both groups, wage satisfaction and satisfaction from consumption plays the most important role as a factor influencing job satisfaction. In both scenarios, the negative and the positive one, the increase of household income only slightly increases job satisfaction in both groups, and the drop in the household income strongly lowers this job satisfaction for younger adults, 18-24. In both groups, the job satisfaction is higher if they prefer saving rather than spending. And additionally, in the younger group, if they do not agree with the concern about the saving, they believe that spending money makes them happy, then they love their jobs. So that's it from me. I hope I made it on time.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much for this very precise presentation and keeping to the time. There was very interesting research and results. Maybe I didn't take that into my own perspective, but I perceived that this young generation is not so altruistic or economic oriented as it is said. Well, the whole generation has this kind of approach that they are not the one that is motivated by money. Lastly, I had such an experience. I had a student who had made a research on motivation across generations, and she said that the Z generation will be only motivated from persuasion. And it didn't work out. It was very, very sad. So this is confirmed by your results. I would like Agnieszka Paszek from the Śląsk University of Technology, and she's going to talk about managing intellectual capital in the aspect of experiences of industry and economy 4.0 process. I would like to make a pause here because one of the presenters, she's going to be here in a moment. I would like to talk about the intellectual capital and robotization, digitalization of industry impacts the human capital. Day to day, I work in a huge company, in energy company. I also make a doctoral thesis at the University of Technology in Śląsk. And my research aspect is focused on the human inside of the industry from the business practice, and also what it looks like in the theory of sciences. Talking about our subject, these challenges of industry in the light of the research that is summarized here, is a consideration here for demographic challenges that is shown in statistics, both in the GUS and ZUS, so the social security research and statistical research. We see that the society is aging, but also there is this whole the risk of keeping continuity in companies, because key studies say that 1/3 of our population in 2040 will be over 65 years of age. It doesn't have to be active professionally. It can be possible, but this lies in the hands of employers. But those employers will have to face the presence of a mature employee, and the one who won't be able to change its professional path, and the employers will have to take this challenge and to reskill the employees and give them a chance on the job market. On the other hand, what's striking in this recent research is that until 2080, the balance between the number of employees being on the market and the number of employees being at the retirement age will be shattered because millions of such people will have this possibility to be active, and 15 million will be out of the job market, or they would like to work but already with retirement allowances. Of course, much of this has been talked here about trends. Where is technology? Where is the human in it all? And from the business perspective and from the perspective of my research, we focus on how to transform those organizations in terms of, for example, energy industry, which are at this very special point of changing technologies in terms of generating energy, looking for human capital in terms of experts. And on the other hand, we've got the changing processes. Well, those trends could be reflected. So this is one of the questions that is being answered. Now, the demographical aspect of my research and my scientific interest is the human. One of the trends and another step towards developing economy is a turn towards economy 4.0 in scientific terms, because we've got the starts of it, namely in 2017. Now we are evaluating in terms of the European Commission report, who announced that Economy 5.0 has got 3 pillars. The first and most important one is the human. Second is sustainable development in terms of enterprises. And the third one is responsibility. When this report was being created at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also it will be reflected in terms of the geopolitical situation in Ukraine. So having said that, those 3 aspects that I'm talking about incorporate in a huge process that is ahead of many companies that need to manage age issues within their structures, whether small or big. Every enterprise has to manage its intellectual capital. Many theories exist in terms of intellectual capital. We've got many approaches on the market. But scientifically close to me approach is the one that starts with primarily intellectual capital is people, but not only employees, but also their approach, their interrelations that jointly create organizational culture. Organizational culture that doesn't say that it's there and that it should be rooted into the genes of an organization towards implementing strategy, but organizational culture that tells us how to manage, what tools to use, so that we can be available on the market better than our competitors. And this approach to human capital, and this approach is close to the theory connected with Professor Bartnicki, who is a co-author of a paper saying that intellectual capital is a sum of 3 capitals: human capital, social capital, and organizational capital. Human capital, this is, of course, in the understanding, research understanding, and also my understanding, this is knowledge, skills for development, innovations, and competences we are working with, because these competences will be able to answer how the industry is changing, the directions that it is going into. and the organization in which we are working. Organizational capital is connected, of course, with systems and tools by which strategies implemented, but also organizational structure and organizational culture. And social capital, namely relations and interactions within the society. I'm talking about these two aspects, namely the intellectual capital in my scientific approach, because it closely relates to economy based on knowledge. And in the context of the speakers that were presenting before me, I would like you to pay your attention to the fact that we are thinking about automatization, how to improve our work, how to replace a human with a machine, and improve business processes. But also, in order to do that, even the best machine will not be able to not be managed by a human. So we need an innovative approach in order how to combine all those elements so that a human can sit and work together with a robot and communicate with a robot and manage the knowledge that they both have. This is extremely precious in the sense that, the overload of information that is available on the market and the sources that we are using to get it affects that we need to share verified knowledge, the knowledge that is codified towards a given process, a given organization. So both the human and the robot are indispensable. It is indispensable for both of them to speak the same language and create an economy based on knowledge. On top of that, we have another aspect that was mentioned before, in the sense of Y and Z generation research on it, namely that's the diversity in terms of generations. When we talk about managing knowledge and the strategic capital of people, we talk about the thing that so that the culture is an added value in the sense of intellectual capital. We need to we need to explore, find the key to those generations, to each age group, namely the unique mode of communication, sharing experiences, because each generation has got its own experience that incorporates into economy 4.0 or 5.0, whichever trend we talk about. We could ponder, namely, why do we manage competencies? Why do organizations do that? Why is it so important today in the light of so difficult demographic trends? Mostly, this is connected with, trivially speaking, the execution of an organization's strategy. But on the other hand, managing the continuity of operations of a company. Because when we talk about the energy industry, everybody uses energy, uses water, uses electricity. And the business process, if it stops working, we have a huge economic crisis and a big challenge connected with social problems. And if we want to prevent that, and if we say that we've got a wonderfully working organization in the sense of management sciences, let's take a look at our employees, at our competitive advantage, thanks to whom this advantage is created. And let's think about how to manage those competences, talents within the organization, so that we can respond to the needs of the industry that is constantly developing and changing. In this change is accompanied by the leader and the one who conducts the project and manages the team. This leader, in the sense of competence transformation has also developed in the sense of his or her competences. We had some research before the COVID time. According to this research, this leader was a manager thinking strategically, supervising activities, a kind of a strategist that manages not actually being close to people. Now, in the geopolitical situation, post-pandemic reality, trends connected with industrial developments, we are thinking about a manager who is closer to people, who is equipped with emotional intelligence and also being an expert in his or her field. Because thanks to this, such a leader can support the organizational culture and brings competitive advantage with the culture of sharing information, of managing information. Those competences of the future are based on the research conducted by professors in 2019, and also this research was conducted on a small cohort of subjects in my organization, and we also talked to professors from 4 universities in Poland, and we confirmed that this trend, despite the changing industry, this trend is needed. So that the person, the human supervising machines, is a leader who understands and is able to share his or her knowledge. In the aspect of employees who cooperate and organizations, there are also the challenges towards the competencies of the future. There are scale for the perspective of the next 5 years, according to my discussions with my co-workers and based on the study groups. And we are talking about the competences of the future, mostly connected with using technologies, as we are speaking here, also the ability of a human to cooperate with a machine, and also innovativeness, so that like how humans are going to cooperate with machines and replacing one another, how it affects human resources. And also this element of the human capital in maybe seen in and termed in a different way in the next studies, how it will affect the development of economy and the development of industrial organizations. For many organizations, the challenge is how to manage knowledge in terms of grounding it. And for example, when the employee is missing in a company, the know-how is still persistent there, is stable, is existing, and the level of it is as high as before. Another trend is how fast we react, because for example, when a machine breaks down, we cannot wait for the process to break down also, and we can react to the situation, we notice it in proper time and remove defects so that the process can be resumed. It is also important to look for solutions and find an attitude to the so-called sustainable development towards the whole process in which the industry is in and will be in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one of the speakers could not come here, Dr. Olgierd Swiatkiewicz, which means that we have come to an end of our agenda. Of course, we can ask questions, but unfortunately some speakers had to leave us, so I'm afraid that there's not going to be much discussion, but we still have the time, so if any of you wants to say something, you are of course welcome. I do not see So we will close this session. Thank you very much for your participation. The speakers who can hear me also, thank you to you. Now, in general, I want to say that we are close to finishing the conference. The plan is that when the other session stops, the participants will join us here and will take just a few minutes to officially close the conference. So you're welcome to have coffee right now while waiting.
Witam Państwa już.
So, welcome for the last time during our conference. I would like to thank you all for coming and for your persistence. I think these are the most persistent conference participants that are here today. We don't want to make it long, but just we wanted to see you at the end to say thank you, to share very short reflections on what has been happening during those 2 days. The title of our conference, Management Economy 4.0 Challenges, I think it appeared that it is really an important topic, as we had from the presentations, and I wouldn't even dare to try and sum up everything that has been said. The spectrum of aspects, of matters, of topics that were touched upon was very wide, and it actually opens rather than closes the discussion. And in this sense, the conference cannot be summed up by saying, now we know. No, we just know which way maybe we should keep looking for answers. So the research in innovations, but open innovations, is necessary. A big area for future research is the transformation of value chains, new business models. It appeared that that's a very fruitful area. Network structures, but new ones using new technologies, that's also an important aspect. An interesting topic is connected with new forms of marketing, connected with Economy 4.0. There was a session about human capital, but also during other sessions we had that without people, without some mental changes in qualifications, competences, we will not be able to successfully implement Economy 4.0. I didn't hear the session about regions, but I'm sure that you also had similar reflections regarding the trends and directions of development. So I think we have achieved the goal of this conference, and I'm sure that we have named the important new fields of research. We will have to change this stand because it's 4.0 and we heard about 5.0 already, which is sad because we just bought this stand. If we were smarter, then we would just make a window here and change the numbers, and then we would be able to just put, 5.0, 6.0. This just shows you how fast the world is changing, yes? So that's, I think, the key thought. I had such opinions that some of you liked it, what was happening here, and you told me and Mariusz that we should continue. This is really a huge effort. Let's see what Mariusz thinks about it. Yeah, I'd love to continue, I will just change the numbers to 5.0, 6.0, and so on. That's the job I can do. But of course, if you put pressure on us, it will be important to continue. So from my perspective, it's worth continuing. We'll see if we manage to do it. The topics are important. Now, technical details maybe. This hybrid form will stay with us, I think. If you want to have speakers from all over the world, it must be like this. But it's something to get used to. That, some speakers are here personally in the flesh, some are virtually. What I would improve is my colleague Dziemianowicz told me too little discussion, he said. He wants more discussion. We have to think it over. Well, we had, the time pressure, and we didn't really know how to shorten the virtual presentations. Mariusz, would you like to say something? Just tell us if there will be another conference.
Well, Ladies and gentlemen, I can't see anything that would be smarter than what the professor said. But please believe me that this is just the first stage of the conferences. We're waiting on your research thesis, your research questions, and the answers perhaps that you've come up with during this conference. And the process will end in April 2023, and I can say that on the 1st of May we are starting work on the next conference in 2 years. And this is a declaration made by not a politician, so I'm trying to stay true to my word, and perhaps it's going to be a conference in 2 years about economy forever or some other concept. So I think we wanted to have more discussions, but we weren't really able to block your presentations. And we are absolutely astonished by the number of people who responded to our invitations, who wanted to be here. I wanted to apologize for any inconveniences that you might have experienced. And this conference definitely makes us more aware about the idea of 4.0. And that was the point of this conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Czy ktoś z Państwa może jeszcze chciałby zabrać?
Perhaps anybody here would like to say something. That's our strategic partner from the metalworking cluster.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of all participants and organizers of the conference. Thank you very much. The conference is closed.